to inform about our victories. But we need to consult people, we need to involve those active citizens of the society, so they become active participants in creation of a safe and secure Ukraine, and to develop our society. We understand that there is a huge potential that we have to use, because no one should be an outsider in what is happening in Ukraine now. I'm really grateful to everyone for the opportunity to talk to you here. Thank you so much. It is true. I'm happy that we have these victories, these positive steps that we managed to do together. Thank you so much.
Frame actually for this entire conference. Thank you so much. Now turning to Ambassador Mingarelli. I mean, obviously, the EU is.
Він один із найбільших людей, які підтримує реформи в Україні.
Reform for during a number of years. But are we doing enough on the communication side to help Ukraine change this narrative, turn into a positive narrative about Ukraine? Ambassador.
Thank you, Frederic. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this collective reflection about communication and information-related activities, which are increasingly important for all of us for a number of reasons that I will try to explain very, very briefly. First of all, in Ukraine, we know that Ukraine is a battlefield in the information war. We know that Ukraine is the biggest target of the Kremlin disinformation campaign. And we know that Ukraine is probably the most misrepresented country in the Western world. And this is extremely important because Ukraine is paying a very high price for its terrible image in Western countries. The way Ukraine is perceived in Western Europe and more generally in the Western world has nothing to do with the reality of this country. And again, this is important not only for a question of national pride, it's important because you pay a huge political price for this extremely bad image that you have in Western Europe. Second point, we know that with the upcoming presidential and parliamentary elections, the disinformation activities and cyber activities of your big neighbor are on the rise. And you can be sure that in the next few weeks, there will be a number of news, mostly fake news, which will try to interfere in your choice, in the choice of the Ukrainian in the upcoming elections. And therefore, it is also more important for us to be aware of this and to try to counter these disinformation activities. Third point, Ukraine is not the only battlefield in this information war. We, in the EU, in our member state, have experienced a number of foreign interferences in recent elections. It was true for the Brexit referendum, but it was true as well in a number of national elections. And we all know that for our election as a European Parliament, which will take place in May this year, we will have as well foreign interferences and a number of people who will try to influence the composition of the next European Parliament. So, in the EU, we have acknowledged these developments, and we have tried to develop a number of tools and activities to counter this the information activities, and I would like to mention a few of them. Alors, first of all, in 2015, in the External Action Service, we have developed what we call our East Stratcom Task Force. And this task force is on a daily basis trying to handle, to address the Russian disinformation activities. On a daily basis, our colleagues are doing a fantastic job. They basically review the Russian press and they list all the fake news issued by the Russian press about Ukraine, but more generally about Western Europe. And for those who have the chance to spend 5 to 10 minutes per day to read the work of this East Stratcom task force, it's extremely telling. We become aware of the strength and the effectiveness of the Russian propaganda about Western Europe and about Ukraine in particular. For those of you who are not yet reading this work, I invite you to do so. It's not difficult to get access to these papers, and we can obviously assist you in the EU delegation to access to this. Alors in 2019, this Eastern Stratcom Task Force benefit from a budget of 1.1 million euro. It's not enough, but once again, it's a good beginning. It's also more important that we EU bureaucrats have been traditionally very weak in communication. Up to a few years ago, we did not dedicate much attention to communication, and it's only over the last 3 to 4 years that we became aware of the need to get involved and not to let communication information just to a few people, but we all have to be involved in countering disinformation and better explaining what we try to do. Then in 2016, the joint framework on countering hybrid threats was adopted, followed by a joint communication on increasing resilience and bolstering capabilities to address hybrid threats. Terrible jargon. This is the best evidence that we are not communication people. So, here again, for those of you who did not accede to these papers, please contact the EU delegation or EUAN, and you will have the possibility to get a copy of these papers. In April 2018, the European Commission outlined a European approach and self-regulatory tools to tackle disinformation online, including an EU-wide code of practice against disinformation. Here again, this was an additional step showing that we have become aware to get involved through our activities to this kind of concern. And again, my main point is that information and communication cannot be led to our colleagues in each. Communication and information have to be mainstream. We must have in all our activities, be it the political dialogue, the policy dialogue on a sector basis, our assistance programs, the conditionality which is attached to our macrofinancial assistance, the implementation of our association agreement. In all these activities, we must have a very important communication dimension. If we don't do that, we will fail to reach any kind of result. In December 2018, the European Union has adopted an action plan against disinformation. And here again, I will not list, because it would be too long, the main components of this action plan, but for those of you who might have an interest, you can get this through EUAM or the EU delegation. And this action plan tries basically to spell out the main activities that we in the EU this year will try to deploy to tackle the disinformation challenge. The Ukrainian authorities obviously also acknowledge the importance of the disinformation challenge. Tetiana has just listed a number of activities that the Interior Ministry is trying to carry out, but increasingly in all line ministries in Ukraine, you have more and more people paying attention to, first of all, tackling disinformation, and second point, better explaining what is going on in terms of modernizing of the country. And it's clear that communication is not only about tackling disinformation. It is as well about better explaining the impact of the reform process in Ukraine and the impact of our association agreement on the daily life of ordinary citizens. And here, a lot has to be done because we have been extremely weak. The Ukrainian authorities have been weak because today most Ukrainian people are not convinced that the country has changed over the last 5 years. Not enough, not quickly enough, we all agree, but still the country has changed. A real modernization effort has been carried out, but for most Ukrainian people, especially in the region, this remains a mystery. So there is no doubt that you in the government have to step up your efforts to better explain the sense of the reform process, the reason why the impact on the daily life of ordinary citizens is not as important as one could expect, and the reason why it is necessary to step up this reform process. And on our side, we have as well to explain how the implementation of our association agreement, and in particular our deep and comprehensive free trade agreement, will have an impact, here again, on the living conditions, on the living standards of the Ukrainian people, because this is what matters. We have to better explain that the majority of the people in the country who are still struggling to survive with a very low salary will see progressively an improvement of their living conditions if we push ahead with the reform process and if we implement more quickly our agreements. So I will stop here, but my main message is that communication and information is no longer a matter which has to be handled by a few experts. It is a discipline, a matter which has been taken by everybody. All those who work to improve the living condition of the people in this country have to, one way or another, be better involved in a more efficient way in communication and information activities.
Thank you very much, Hugues. I think it's, you made a point about the changes within the EU and realizing that communication is an essential and should be a mainstream part of our work. I think this is actually a small revolution in the EU in the past few years, because only a few years ago this was definitely not the attitude. I want to turn now to Dimitri. Hugues mentioned, no, actually Dimitri first, and then I'll end with Rebecca. Dimitri, you are really on the front line of what Hugues called information battlefields. Could you explain to us what Ukraine does to counter disinformation, this disinformation campaign, but also what it does to promote a more positive narrative in Europe and the rest of the world?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Dmitro, and usually what I do at the conference, I'm trying to explain what Ministry of Information is doing, basically, because people, after all these years, since 2015, when the ministry was established, they are not aware fully about what is happening. So I will try to explain briefly what we really do. In my humble opinion, I'm trying to compete. And I encourage my colleagues to think of this about a competition. To explain you these concepts, I have to go a little bit into theory. First of all, into what we call information bubble. I'm sure you're all aware about and you're familiar with this concept that each of us, each person is living in an information bubble. That means that we consume a limited capacity of information each day, like we drink water, like we can drink 2, 3, maybe 5 if we like trying liters of water per day. So the exactly is with information we can consume limited amount of information each day, and that means that we are living in an information bubble. We can see several TV programs or TV shows or news or scroll our feed on Facebook, and this is how our world looks like, what we get from this information bubble. Second part is the what we call a Thomas theorem. William Thomas is American sociologist who is famous because of his quotation that says that if person accept the situation as real, this is real because of its consequences. That means that if the average Russian citizen somewhere in the region of Urals thinks that Ukrainian army crucified boys somewhere in Slavyansk and Kramatorsk, so it's naturally that he grabs a Tommy gun, Kalashnikov, and goes to Donbass fight against fascists who crucifying boys. This is his reality. And thus, we compete. We compete for the place in this information bubble. And we compete with Mr. Putin, and he is $1.5 or $3 billion industry each year investment, what we call the rough estimation of how much resources they spent on this. It's together with RT budget, which is $300 million per year, Sputnik, which is more like 350, and so on and so forth, with all those TV channels in Russia and all over the world. We compete with investigative journalism projects, which are very active and very good financed with international donors who are doing their job very good in Ukraine, and average Ukrainian switching on his TV almost each day in mainstream he sees the investigation about crooks, thieves, corruptioners, and so on and so forth. We compete with mainstream media that think that it's much more better to spread information which describes country as bad place to live, because, well, good things, they are not clickable, if I may. And it goes with Ukrainian media, with international media, with many issues that connected of describing Ukrainians as a fascists or anti-Semites, which we've seen a lot of cases in Europe and in US. So we try to compete with all of this. And I have to admit, and I have to confess that unfortunately we are losing now. Unfortunately, I'm losing, and this is my personal pain because of, well, very many things. We are very good at bringing campaigns already. We've made several campaigns last year, the year before this, on various reforms, on decentralization, which is very successful in my opinion because of the ability of people in regions to understand that this is in their responsibility to run their life with those funds they have in their hands. With the reforms in the Ministry of Interior, in the procurements, Prozoro, so on and so forth, and even the last our last project about the reform of ambulance and emergency medical help, which is has the pilot project this year together with massive funding and the several regions that are into this campaign. Well, these videos that we made, this is not about CPR by Vinnie Jones. If you have not seen these videos from Vinnie Jones about how to make CPR, you should go to YouTube and do this. But we are trying to make very understandable and interesting campaigns, and I hope that in the nearest future we will present them for the public and run this campaign this year together with social ads on the TV channels, in I don't know, in trains, whatever. But together with this, we have to follow the numbers and understand that the most successful campaign is the message about reduce of the gas price in 2 times, and the campaign about the teacher who becomes the president and shouts all the MPs in the parliament. So unfortunately, the numbers of the social polling shows that this is the mainstream messages that's very favorable for different audiences. So many people says to me as a journalist at TV channels at the conversation like this that Ukraine might be losing the information war. To answer this question or to discuss this issue, we have to categorize for ourselves what are the criteria of winning or losing of the information war or the competition in information field. Well, telling just roughly, when we're talking about conventional war, it's about people surrendering. It's about signing of some capitulation documents. It's about putting a flag in a Reichstag or Iwo Jima or whatever we can put a flag, our flag, someplace. How we can describe the criteria of victory in the information war? Where to put a flag? In the mind, in the hand, or to each person to give the Ukrainian flag, or how we can adjust it? So, what I'm trying to say is not about the fighting. It's about this, as my colleague already said. It's about giving service and selling the product and the service. What we try to do is to sell a product, whether it's bad as some of, well, we have to admit that some of the governmental services that we have to reform also, that we have to change, or whether it's good as the really successful reform of the public procurements in Ukraine, Prozoro, and the very many different other directions of work in the Ministry of Interior, giving administration services, administrative services, and some of security services. And yes, police is one of our, patrol police is one of really very visible reforms that have very good numbers in social polling and the stuff. So it's more about how we can sell this. It's more about seeing ourselves as the, if I may say, selling managers, how we can assure people that Ukraine is a good place to live in and to get inside this information bubble to in competition with the mainstream media, in competition with Putin, and so on and so forth. My guess and my point on this is we can do it only by a capacity building process, by assuring that not special ministry has to communicate, and as His Excellency said, we all have to assure people that each person that works on the governmental service, on the public service, should understand that he's a representative of this service, of this product we're trying to sell. And if each of them can be aware, and some people that working in press offices and a strategic communication subdivision will be professional enough to deliver the understanding of what they doing, of how they changing, and what they doing with the money of taxpayers, then we will succeed. Because as a startup, sometimes I hear from my fellow friends that Ukraine can be called as a startup nation. As a startup, when each person who works in the startup is a selling manager, is a person who has to sell the product firstly to investors, to beneficiaries who we can say that all citizens of Ukraine. We have all be like those managers who sell this service and product. This is about education, this is about training, this is about building procedures and running them from the top to the bottom in all the public service. And this is our primary goal. Yes, this is part we can be proud of working together with our colleagues and European partners and US partners that we on this way. But frankly speaking, we have to be very frank to ourselves about the results of this after 5 years as it's been put in the title of this conference. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Dimitri, for a very frank assessment, I think. Turning now to Rebecca Harms. I mean, you are, I think it's fair to say, a very staunch supporter of Ukraine, but you're also a critical one from time to time and express criticism. So I'd like to ask you how you reconcile this approach, this sort of tough love approach, and in particular, how do you make sure that your criticism doesn't, feed the negative narrative around Ukraine and then also sort of play into those who want to instrumentalize this against Ukraine? So, two easy questions. Very easy. So the microphone is on. After, is it working?
After I listened to our ambassador Hugues Mingarelli, I decided to change a bit my contribution because it's not necessary to echo what Hugues has said about successful reform steps in Ukraine and the need to communicate better and seriously about achievements, failures, and next steps. I would like to pick up first what he said about the West and Ukraine's suffering reputation. I work on this like Hugues Mingarelli as much as I'm working here in Ukraine to get a better understanding of what's going on, and it's really necessary to work on the reputation of Ukraine, especially in Western Europe. Why? So I would say in this Russian war on information, one specific target is the EU and are the politicians and the citizens of EU countries. And to destabilize Ukraine, they go also the way directly into the EU countries, the EU states, and the public debates in those countries. Since Maydan, so since the winter 2013-14, it should be for everybody obvious that Russia tried to mingle in the perception of Ukraine as a major target of Russian war on information. So since the very beginning, I've, for example, had to face, even among close friends, the situation returning from Ukraine, receiving only one question: Rebecca, how comes that you are supporting a right-wing nationalist putsch or preparation for a putsch? Why are Greens in Germany nowadays supportive for a coup in the hands of a neo-fascist regime in Ukraine? And I will not go deeper into this, but what we face today is not a situation that all Europeans, all EU citizens believe Poroshenko and Groisman and the government and the majority of the Rada are all neo-fascists, yeah? But so a certain amount of doubts is always in the debate on the perception perception of what's going on today in Ukraine. And the target of the Russians in this is really beyond Ukraine. And we will witness this now in the upcoming and then later on heating election campaign for the European Parliament. So the Russians are trying to create at least uncertainty, but probably they go beyond. They want to destroy trust in the EU's strategy towards and in the Eastern neighborhood. And they want to achieve also that Europeans, EU citizens, that they have more and deeper and true understanding for the need of Vladimir Putin to fight back kind of neo-imperialism of EU and NATO in the Eastern Partnership countries. So this might sound a bit strange. So if I say this in Brussels or in Paris or in Madrid or even in Berlin, there is immediately a rough response to this. But I'm very serious about this, and I'm already 100% sure that the issue of militarization of EU strategies will be a major issue in the electoral campaign, and that Putin will be very delighted to see many social democrats, many Greens, many leftist liberal politicians campaigning against the militarization of our Eastern strategy and our EU strategy together. Putin, I think he is quite successful so far. And how to fight this back, how to react. So we are doing a bit better in the European Union meanwhile, so witnessing the successful influence of Mr. Putin and his people in the mood and in the public opinion in especially Western European countries, I think we are far away from doing what is sufficient to really fight this back, even now that we are improving again our instruments. For Ukraine, I would also like to say what I think is the problem right now, and so reacting a bit to you, Dimitro, so I think there is a good way to measure whether you are successful or not in communicating what you do in your government and how you are fighting back the Russian propaganda. So if you are able to regain trust among your citizens, then you can see that you are successful. As long as you are losing trust, this is, whether we like it or not, is also a confirmation that we have to do together, and I feel responsible also for this, that we have to do better. So Maydan 5 years ago changed the relation of citizens and political class in Ukraine. At least this was for me one of the major experiences in this period in this country. And it's until today, I think, something what has to be proven again and again. So the government and the politicians have to communicate seriously with their citizens. So communication has to be honest. In the reform process, for example, and I subscribe fully that there are many very important reform steps done already. And I have nothing to add to this, but the reform process in many fields is halfway. So to decide a law and to decide decentralization, for example, does not mean that decentralization is fully happening already. Yeah? So, for example, the way the local elections for the amalgamated communities, the local elections have been prepared or have not been prepared, and this pending process was a bit in contradiction to the successful decision which has been taken in favor of decentralization. So honest communication about the targets, the steps, and the achievements and what is still missing is very important. Also, admitting mistakes can help serious communication in between the political class, especially in Kiev, and the citizens across the country. And I think because I also come from a country where reforms are not always easy, it's very, very necessary to include mistakes in your communication and to be ready and able and open to heal mistakes. Mistakes, if they are not admitted, they will be always detected by your enemies. And Russian propaganda very, very often in Ukraine is using these mistakes or the wrong propaganda about processes which are only halfway or which are already, after being decided in Rada, are already again under doubts in the political debate in the government or in the Bankova. So I think correct information and also a very respectful communication with the civil society is very important. I observed that the relation in between civil society and political class on Maydan changed. But it changed again years after Maydan. So I don't know when it severely escalated, but I saw some escalations in this relation which were not at all helpful and which have to be reviewed always from two sides. So I see that civil society has often good points, but I see also that civil society sometimes has chosen a tone which is not the tone which I would wish for this country in the very difficult reform process. So how to do this better also depends on the other side of governmental officials and from the political class. To make civil society suspicious in this whole debate was a major mistake and was also widely used then via Russian tools, but also among skeptical parts of political class in Western Europe to discredit Ukrainian government. I know that citizens in Ukraine, as most of the citizens in the world, will never be really satisfied with reform processes. And so a country in war has much more to face in such a reform process than a country under normal situation. In the end, politicians work for the satisfaction of their citizens, and so that there still is something to do, I think everybody can agree on. I wanted to finish with something on election campaign. I just come back from Chisinau. So I was leading the European Parliament's election observation delegation to Chisinau, and I was shocked when I saw not the results for the parties in general. So socialists Democrats, but also opposition, Maya Sandu and Nastase, they had impressive results. But what I found really shocking was that Mr. Shore, so one of the suspects of the big banking fraud in Chisinau, which took place some years ago, and several people who are part of the international Kroll investigation of this huge and scandalous banking fraud in Chisinau have been elected into the parliament. One has even been directly elected by the Transnistrian citizens who voted in big numbers this time. And I worked a bit on what happened that this was possible. Election campaigns and how politicians are doing their campaign contributions very much decides whether you will be able to regain trust or to worsen the situation countries are facing. And I very much hope that stories like the story around Minister Suprun, who is responsible for one of the best reform steps in this country, that stories like they happened around Mrs. Suprun will not continue in this election campaign in Ukraine until you go to vote. What I can do for better and more fair campaigning, I will do. And it very much will decide about also whether Mr. Putin and his trolls will be successful in Ukraine and in the EU or not. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have about 10-15 minutes for questions, comments, criticism. So I want to open up the floor now to the audience. I think there are microphones floating around. So do we have any first questions? Somebody? Otherwise, I'll start asking the questions, and that would be boring. So if somebody could please... Yes, here we go in the front. Please, if you could please introduce yourself as well.
Sorry, I can't resist asking a question first. My name is Gillian McCormack. I'm the head of Internews in Ukraine. It's a media assistance non-profit organization. And I guess my question is to you. I congratulate you, Ambassador, on making the first successful joke that I've ever heard a head of delegation make. But when you were talking, you said that for you, a major concern is the reputation of Ukraine in Western Europe. I guess a major concern for us working here is trying to fix the effects of information warfare in Ukraine. So, given you're facing towards Europe, what do you think the EU can do to improve Ukraine's reputation amongst the countries?
I have no answer to your question because I'm not a communication person, and believe me, I don't know. The only thing I can see in my daily life almost is that, as I told you, the image of Ukraine in Western Europe has nothing to do with the reality of this country. And it's important not only, as I said, for a question of national pride to say Ukraine should have a better image. It's not the problem. The problem is that Ukraine pay a huge political price for this bad image. The fact that in Western Europe very few people know that Ukraine is a country with an exceptional industrial tradition, in a country which produces engines for aircrafts and helicopters, which produce satellites, rockets. The fact that in Western Europe, very few people know that Ukraine is a beautiful country with a fantastic touristic potential. the fact that very few people know that you have the best agricultural land in Europe, the fact that very few people know that you are one of the most skilled population on the continent. All this lead to a lack of political support. Because if more people would know in the EU what Ukraine is about, you would get a stronger political support without any doubt. How to tackle this issue? I don't know. I don't know because I'm not a communication person and I cannot tell you what you have to do. It's clear that the personality of your political leaders play a role, and it is important that more and more people who are ready to sell a good image of Ukraine outside, abroad, can be presented abroad, without any doubt. It is necessary as well to counter the terrible image of Ukraine, which is conveyed by the Russian media, especially by Sputnik and Russia Today, who are powerful in our countries. More than that, I cannot tell you. But I'm convinced, and once again, it's a question of political price, and it's not a question of national pride. It's a political price that you pay. And we have to do everything to explain what Ukraine is about in Western Europe. And when I say in Western Europe, it's not about Poland and the Baltic states. In this country, they know the difference between Ukraine and some other former Russian colonies. But when you go westward, it's a disaster. And you have to work on that.
Rebecca, you wanted to address this question as well, I said.
Because I have at least one idea, and I talked to this with governmental officials several times. During Maydan period, Ukraine also was making a lot of friends. So it's not also not only true that the campaign of the Russians is successful. You have lots of good friends, especially many journalists who were on Maydan. I know many of them from the international media which have been present. They are really very important players in this. And I think one problem which is not really solved so far is the relation also in between governments and officials in Ukraine and international media. It's also reflected at home in the relation in between government and independent media. Let's call them independent media here. You have to trust in independent press. It's part of democracy, even if it's very demanding sometimes to get the critical questions and critical reporting. But by making it more difficult, even for those friendly journalists to work in Ukraine, for example in East or on Crimea, you will lose friends, and you will, what Ukraine needs, a constructive, critical reporting by your friends. This, meanwhile, famous list, this Mirovorets list, is a major tool of those who want to discredit, Ukraine. And it should never have been opened, and it should have been finished and deleted and not any longer applied long time ago. So there are some things which can really change and can be changed by Ukrainians and would have immediate a positive effect in Western Europe.
Hugues, you wanted to come in again.
One point on how to change maybe this situation. It would be important if more Western Europeans would come to visit this country, because when these people come here, they realize what Ukraine is about, and they say, well, this is Kiev. And for that, the fact that low-cost companies can now operate in Ukraine is very important. It would be very important, once again, if more people from Western Europe could go to Kharkiv, to Zaporizhia, to Lviv, to Odessa, and to Kiev, obviously, to see what Ukraine is about. And for that, once again, it would be necessary to have low-cost companies. And the second point, it is important that you go as frequently as possible to Western Europe, not only as tourists, but in exchange program, to spend a few months in a European company, in a European, Western European public administration, so that they can see that we are the same, that we have the same values, that our conception of life does not differ. And this is one of the reasons why in the EU delegation we are promoting now exchange programs. We will try to finance more and more Ukrainian people so that they can spend 3 months, 6 months, 1 year in an hospital, in a company, in a public administration in Western Europe. We have to incite Ukrainian people to go and to spend some time in Western Europe, and obviously to come back.
Thank you. So, want to open up again? I think just anecdotally, I think many foreigners living in Kiev have experienced the same thing. You know, when they go back home and they tell people they live in Kiev, you often get a lot of sort of sympathy and, oh my God, you know, how is it? Must be horrible and terrible. And then when friends and family actually come and visit for the first time, they're shocked by how by Kiev and Ukraine and by, you know, what a fantastic country it actually is. So I think this human exchange, people-to-people contact is really critical. Rebecca?
Yeah. So also positive reporting. So for example, the new Ukrainian Film Fund is showing a lot of positive effects. Not only that Ukrainian films are more and more successful abroad and are so really opening minds in a lot of festivals and cinema screenings. Recently, Agnieszka Holland with Mr. Norton at the Berlinale, but also Losnitzer with his films about Maydan and Donbass and Stalin, etc. It's really something very, very successful. On the other hand, also bringing filmmakers and film teams for shooting to Ukraine on very professional and well-funded possibilities. So this is one of the projects which should be given much more attention, and probably it's worth to invest even more in this because you are in the West, at least with these people speaking for Ukraine, with these films showing Ukraine and Ukrainian thinking also of nowadays, you are reaching multipliers. So it's really something what I right now think is more seen outside of Ukraine than inside of Ukraine as a very good story of reforms and change.
Okay, thank you. Yes, a question over here. Corner here. Microphone, yeah.
Доброго дня, Міністерство внутрішніх справ України. My question will be, what kind of reform in Ukraine you see most a lot in Europe and your colleagues see? What the 3 reforms you can say us that is was best from the 5 years since Maydan? Thank you. And it will be the indicator of our information policy and strategic communication.
On this, it's not difficult. the macro-financial stabilization. What Ukraine has done since 2014 to cut the budget deficit, to cut the current account deficit, to reduce inflation and to stabilize the hryvnia, I don't know half of the EU member states who have been able to have the same performance, and without a war on their territories. Here you have been able to do that with a war on your territory. But this is not known. People continue to say that Ukraine is a bankrupt country and that it will default tomorrow, but what has been done in terms of macro-financial stabilization is exceptional. Another point, decentralization. Well, I know many countries in the EU where the decentralization process, after several attempts, did not lead to any positive result. Some countries that I know well in the EU. In Ukraine, you have managed to shift responsibilities and financial resources to the local community, the newly amalgamated Romada. And when I go to the region, I hear, I don't know how many people who tell me, before the decentralization process, it was impossible for us to get the money to repair this road. Since the decentralization has taken place and we have got new responsibilities, we have been able to do that. Before the decentralization process, it was not possible to repair this school, the roof of the school, thanks to our new... Bon. And third one, the banking system. I mean, you had a terrible banking system and it has been, to a large extent, cleaned up in a few years' time. These are 3 reforms, but there are more others. But this is not sold in a positive way outside, and not even in the country, by the way.
Okay, I think we have time for one final question. One final question. Okay, yes, please, here in the front as well.
Hello, Laputina Yulia, Security Service of Ukraine.
Лапутіна Юлія, Служба безпеки України, департамент.
Our panel was about creating narrative. 5 years since Maydan, there is no narrative. Maybe some advices from you. Who should create narrative? How this process organized in the other countries, in European countries? And because it will be easier with narrative to work with this narrative in different spheres of our life, in security, in economy, and so on. What is your advice on this topic? Thank you.
Maybe let me turn to Rebecca. Do you want to address this question?
I'm not sure whether I'm the best person to answer this, because I have some basic doubts on whether it's really about creating a narrative or whether it is more about doing what you promised for politicians. So the existing narrative of Ukraine since Maydan, you cannot compete to this with something you now invent. So the promises of Maydan are that, so with the support and in cooperation with European and Western allies, you develop Ukraine into a truly democratic country in which independent states institutions serve to the citizens and nobody else. And you establish so rule of law, a judicial system in which people can trust. It's very difficult to do what you have promised. It would be difficult under also normal circumstances. The war and the occupation makes this a lot more difficult. So you have to do the whole process and to explain the whole process to the backdrop of this situation, which Ukraine has not chosen, but Putin has chosen for Ukraine to stop this process of reforms and change. And so serious communication about what has been done and how are the problems and how you want to solve it is for me what you have to do. So I do not believe in these ideas that we compare, for example, ourselves as politicians with salesmen who have to sell products. So I think there was always a difference in between politics and business, and we should take more care about making clear that there is a difference.
Thank you. So I want to give the panelists a chance to say a few final words, maybe one or 2 minutes, and we'll start with Dimitro, if you can give your final conclusion.
With your permission, if I can follow up with what has been said, and I have to ask permission to comment on the narrative question with our colleagues from India. Maybe the comparison with the business field is not the best one, but in 2014, when we desperately seek for the question, what have we do to combat this enormous propaganda tsunami that fall on us, the only one question that was very clear is that we have to do something to find some resolution for the problem, to tell to each citizen of Ukraine why he is Ukrainian, what does it mean, and why this understanding should be preserved with the arms in his hands. And to a certain extent, yes, I think that we can, to shorten the conversation, we can say that we have to sell Ukraine to each person that lives in this country. And the best way of how the product or service can be sold is a storytelling. And etymologically, narrative is storytelling. It's telling the story about who we are, where we go, what do we want, and what to expect from us. And this narrative can be directed to internal question to the citizens of Ukraine, or to external, to the public opinion of European elites. To do this, we started from the idea that this thing cannot be developed or delivered by governmental bodies. This is absurd and this is not logical, because in this way we really think about national or state ideology, or some kind of proposing from the ruling party the ideas or narratives that we spread. In my humble opinion, and to a certain extent with all the experts we talked, this is a production of the society and of the, I don't know, the opinion leaders and so on and so forth. Second question is that this storytelling will not be unified for all the target audiences. For example, we have found in different workshops and roundtables, and one of them were conducted thanks to our colleagues from India, that we shouldn't say that when we're talking about Euro integration, we shouldn't say that we are going somewhere. We are returning to where we belong. It's not a past somewhere. It's just a historical tragedy that we were teared up from the society, that we feel that that our home, where is our home, where is our values, where is our feeling, and to act and to communicate adequately. Not that we trying to reach some goal, but we just returning to where we belong. Second one, it's just about findings, because I can talk about this day and night. Second finding is nobody wants to talk about Russia. We don't consider Russia as the enemy. It's just something that we already consider as being done. We already won this game, and we already conquered all the Russian Federation, and this is, Kamchatka is the place where we gonna see the tomatoes or potatoes. So it's done. The biggest fight that we're doing is inside of us. How we can change through fighting with the reality, through fighting with narratives that we used to think about. That someone is gonna make our life better when we vote for him tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, they will start to give us money. And this is the fight, internal fight, not the fight with someone like Putin, because we consider the case is done and we already won this war. So yes, we can use different comparisons of what we're doing, but believe me, we're working on this. We're working professionally. We're asking people to join us because I don't believe that governmental body can be the leader of development, something we call narrative or something. And in my opinion, this is the biggest challenge that we have now, and the biggest result we can achieve is to find the idea that can be replicated without investment in this, because Russian narrative, like Russian world, Ruski Mir, like we gonna repeat the World War victory and so on and so forth, it was made because of the huge funds invested in this and repetition day by day in terms of last 8-10 years. We're not gonna do this because of our values, because of the absence of resources, because of different things, but we have to find the story that can be replicated from Ukrainian to Ukrainian, answering the question why I really want to be Ukrainian citizen and why it's valuable for me, and why I should defend this value with arms in my hands. This is a tricky question, but I hope we will work with this and, of course, with our Western European partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, any final thoughts from your side?
I would only say at the end, because I'm already preparing my election observation mission for Ukraine, I wish Ukraine a much better and more fair campaign as the one I followed in Moldova. So good luck, and ask your politicians to contribute to fair campaigning and refuse everything else.
Thank you very much. And no final. Okay. So this brings us to the end of the panel. I think we covered a lot of ground. Obviously, the question of Ukraine's reputation is one of these key questions that we will continue dwelling upon, not least because it's actually a target of attack. I mean, something which was touched upon, which we didn't dwell too much upon, is also the notion of the EU's policy towards Ukraine also being a target of attack and under intense pressure as well from certain big neighbors. I think one takeaway is also that obviously communication is key, but it can't replace actual policy or reform. But at the same time, reform and policy also needs communication in order to be successful. So this relationship between the two is really critical. And then one of my final takeaways is also on trust and confidence in institutions. I mean, communication really is about building this sort of trust and confidence in institutions. And in order to do that, you also need to show how what you do, your reform efforts, actually have an impact, actually change the lives of ordinary people. So I think this is something which is critical for everybody in our line of work. And then finally, I think engaging with civil society, journalists, the population is also an integral part of this. And here, as Rebecca mentioned, honest communication, admitting mistakes, and so on is really a very important part of this. And this is something which I think we'll be visiting in the later panels today. So let me conclude at that, and why don't you join in giving this panel a round of applause. Thank you. So we have about 15 minutes until the next panel, so you can go out and enjoy your coffee and tea. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back.
Ну і доброго дня.
The New York Times
То
pages for
ми
770 years, basically. And about 3 billion emails are sent in a day. If we would print all of them, it would take 2 years to process all of them. So that's a typical day in the life of internet. In all this flow, we have disinformation, manipulation, and lies that increasingly cascade through our news feeds and across our airwaves. Media still has responsibilities, and these responsibilities need to be clarified and upheld by us, by society. Yes, free media remains critical to protecting our societies from the effect of disinformation campaigns. However, in Ukraine, as in many other countries where information wars unfold, it is very important to know the lines between security and freedom of speech. We must preserve free societies and empower free people. We need to tackle each challenge in order to communicate reforms in a country that tries to change its state institutions. With all this in mind, I would like to welcome all of you to our discussion on social media and fake news, new challenges for communicating policies. And we will discuss this today with our guests. Here, starting from my left, Yevgen Fedchenko, director of Mohila School of Journalism and co-founder of StopFake.org. Mary O'Hagan, Ukraine resident senior director at the National Democratic Institute. Alina Frolova, director of Stratcom UA and advisor to Ministry of Information Policy. And last, the Council. Thank you, welcome all of you. So it's going to be very interactive. We will have also questions from the audience, but I would start first with Mary, because it was very impressive, one of your last speech you gave last week. So our concern, I would start with our concern, is the ultimate recipient of the fake news, basically. So how vulnerable and resilient is Ukrainian society?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Luciano wanted me to cover 3 quite large topics in a very short space of time, and I'll try not to accelerate my remarks so much that we see an SOS balloon rising from the interpreter's booth over there. But I will also try not only to say something about vulnerability and resilience within different segments of the Ukrainian and indeed the global audience, but also something about the gender dimension of disinformation attacks. And a word or two following on from what Dima, the Deputy Minister, said this morning about whether Russia exactly is vulnerable, likely to be influenced or harmed by information attacks of different kinds. Is it as simple as just saying, well, we can segment the population along demographic lines and we can decide that one section of the population, let's say Ukrainian speakers, are always resilient, and another segment of the population, let's say Russian speakers, they're always vulnerable, and that's problem solved? Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. It really isn't as simple as that. Any stereotypical view of one's own population is likely to cloud one's ability to design and implement effective countermeasures. There is considerable variation when it comes to vulnerability within most demographic groups, including linguistic groups in Ukraine. Pre-existing attitudes, moods, underlying opinions are important indicators of vulnerability alongside a long list of other risk factors. In other words, vulnerability is about much more than demography. It isn't simply which language we speak, or which religion we have, or which gender we are, or what age we are. Vulnerability is about much more than that. And another question we need to be able to answer in any context is, why do people fall for false narratives or fake news in the first place? What is it about us as human beings that makes us either able to resist being influenced by this stuff or makes us vulnerable to being influenced by it? There is a huge debate going on in the global academic community on this question, and we at NDI are about to replicate a major US study on the precise question of, is cognitive reflection the biggest vulnerability, or is motivated reasoning the biggest vulnerability? Cognitive reflection, the ability to really consider what you're absorbing and think about it critically, or motivated reasoning, perhaps we could also call that wishful thinking, believing the things you want to think are true. That's a major vulnerability for many people, but the balance between those two things is unknown in many contexts, and the kind of countermeasures that you would design and implement are going to be different depending on which type of vulnerability you're dealing with. We need to know the answer: does false information harm everybody everywhere to the same extent? In the Ukrainian context, I can tell you the answer to that is definitely no. Any given citizen in this context, and I believe this is true in many contexts, can be resilient if attacked from one direction and vulnerable if attacked from another. And this is the reason why Russia's information attacks in the Ukrainian context and elsewhere have evolved over time. From a fairly narrow focus in 2013, 2014, aiming at what they call compatriots abroad, self-identified ethnic Russians concentrated in certain regions of Ukraine, focused on a certain number of issues likely to appeal to that audience. It is fanned out now to such a point that every citizen in Ukraine is basically under attack, no matter which region they're in or what kind of attitudes they have. Countermeasures need to be based on an understanding of how different segments of this audience or any audience are influenced by this stuff and which types of countermeasures are most likely to be helpful to them. And for this, we need to also understand the impact of different kinds of attack. The level of exposure matters. People's willingness to believe something that isn't true increase vastly if they're exposed to the same lie more than once. This is a fundamental principle of communication, especially political communication. If you're told something multiple times, you're more likely to think that it's true, but it's especially important when you're dealing with false narratives. And this insight needs to be applied to countermeasures as well. It isn't enough, if you're going to use rebuttals, it isn't enough to say your rebuttal once. Does the issue on which these attacks focus matter? Yes, enormously. Some issues will be very effective with some segments of the audience and fail completely with others, or even produce backlash. And I'll say a bit more about the gender dimension of that in a minute. Does the medium matter? Yes, enormously. Video and photographs have more impact than text. Micro-targeted messages are more effective than things that come at people for very large audiences through mainstream TV. Soft targets capable of influencing large segments of the audience in the Ukrainian context include pessimism, and in the context of elections, anti-candidate narratives, negative campaigning. These are soft targets. There are much harder targets, and I'll come to that at the end. Should awareness of the threat be raised, and if so, how? Absolutely, but you've got to do it in a way that doesn't amplify the attacks themselves, and that requires a good deal of understanding of the problem and a good deal of sophistication. It also involves avoiding temptation. If every problem in society starts to be blamed on Russia or Russian disinformation, and if none of the blame is really attributed accurately, then the effect of that type of response is going to diminish over time. People are going to become numb, not only to the attacks, but also to the responses. A few key things would be helpful. Consumers of online news need to understand better how they are under attack, and particularly why they're under attack. Here I'm referring particularly to Russia, but one of the challenges with Ukrainian audiences is that many people think that more disinformation is coming at them from local Ukrainian actors rather than from Russia. The awareness of Russia's motives, what Russia's trying to achieve by attacking people's minds, is low and certainly needs to be raised. And opinion formers, I think, in Ukraine and indeed in other countries, need to understand Russia's methods and goals better to avoid amplifying the Russian message. A few words about resilience, and then I will come to a quick conclusion. There is really real resilience within the Ukrainian audience, and I'll give you a couple of examples. First of all, the Russian brand is toxic. Russian information attacks work better with anonymity precisely for that reason. If the source is known, belief in those narratives falls substantially, even amongst groups that are very vulnerable in other ways. Secondly, there's no magnetic pull towards Russia itself. Russia's image in Ukraine is very poor. And if you ask people what they associate with Russian values, you get a long pause followed by nothing. So it is possible for Russia to undermine things, to attack Western motives in Ukraine, to present Ukraine as a failed state, to question Ukraine's right to exist as a state. It's possible to do that, but the building up their own image so there would be any kind of magnetism towards Russia itself, they're a very long way away from doing that. Rebuttals can work. Rebuttals, if they're seen to be coming from a credible source, can suppress belief in false messages substantially. And secularism in Ukraine is real. That is not an asset in itself. I realize the papal nuncio is sitting right in front of me. But secularism can be a defense against Russia's wish to abuse faith-based issues, to misuse religious questions. That is certainly a resilience. On the question of gender, this is a very active issue in Ukraine today. There is a very strong anti-equality campaign going on, which is a mixture of external and internal actors. And the gender equality advocates are trying their best to push back against this. They do have public opinion on their side, but this is an example of almost hand-to-hand fighting in the information space. And finally, is Russia winning or losing? I'd like to disagree slightly with my good friend Dima, who just said he thought that he and the Ministry of Information was losing. I don't think that that's true. I think that for Russia's overarching strategic goals to persuade the Ukrainian people that Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist, that there is no point in defending Ukraine's sovereignty, that you should accept peace tomorrow and give up Ukraine's right to determine its own future, that proposition is rejected overwhelmingly by Ukraine's people, and that trend is very stable. I don't see any shift in that resilience. On the other hand, with soft targets, pessimism, confusion, hopelessness, skepticism. With those soft targets, I think many people in Ukraine are very much at risk. And a closing word about the current election campaign. This election campaign is a kind of laboratory. It's a laboratory for Russia, it's a laboratory for the candidates, and it's a laboratory for Ukrainian voters. For Russia, who knows what their goal might be ultimately, but certainly they're focused on discrediting the process, if nothing else. And because trust in the relevant institutions is low, that represents a soft target. We have to see what effect a lot of intensive negative campaigning online is going to have, whether it's on participation in the elections or whether it's on people's preferences for individuals. And we have to see who wins in the end when it comes to the credibility of the process. I'm sure Russia does not want Ukraine to hold a successful election, and it will be for all of the Ukrainian actors to prove that they can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. An interesting analysis on the recipients of this fake news and disinformation. Elections, you mentioned, we will go later on this because electoral campaigns are becoming very aggressive. And just yesterday evening in an interview, the Georgian president was saying that many women are pulling back because the electoral campaigns worldwide are getting very, very aggressive. So this is something that we should also, we can face later on. But talking about audience, again, in the meaning of we are going backwards, basically. I'm very happy to give the floor now to Yevgen, that was one of the co-founder of stopfake.org. So you have been working, you work a lot in education. You are also director of the Mohila School of Journalism. So how relevant is educating new generations? What was the driving process to establish stopfake.org, these debunking activities? How did you prioritize at the beginning? And if you have some good results with your projects in educating children on critical thinking and teachers at the same time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for having me on this panel. It's a great pleasure to share the results of our work because next month StopFake would be celebrating 5th anniversary. And this is good and bad, because this is good because we sustained our activities till that time, and the bad thing is that our services are still needed, which means that number of disinformation we are dealing with is not going anywhere, just the opposite. It's growing, including because of the upcoming elections. And for me as an educator, it was one of the first instincts we need to have a project like that, because disinformation is working with those people who are not educated about some specific things, who are not educated about the power of the institutions, who are not educated how to consume media in a more critical way. And that's exactly the things disinformation is looking for, targeting and then working. And also for me as a journalist, it was absolutely essential thing, because if we look at the correlation between journalism and disinformation, this is a zero-sum game. The more space is occupied by disinformation, the less space is left for journalism. And that's why it was very, very essential to stop disinformation by doing a number of things. First of all, we need to recognize the existence of disinformation, because otherwise we cannot tackle it. And actually it took us 5 years to raise the awareness of people both inside Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, to prove that disinformation as a government, Russian government-led system exists, because previously it was more interpretation of bad journalism, misinformation and other things. So we collected now literally thousands of stories. Now we have 3,000 stories debunked on our website that prove that this is a very, very systematic approach by Russian government to use both state-owned and non-state-owned or quasi-independent media to disseminate disinformation and propaganda, both in Ukraine, in Russia, by the way, which is the biggest victim of Russian disinformation, and also for the international audience. Also, it was very, very important to debunk it. People are arguing quite a lot if it does make sense to debunk if fake news are already out. It does make sense, because if we would not create the alternative for that, people would just stop believing at some point in the reality, because there is so much unreality around them, which is created with a purpose to make people disbelieving in what they see, in what they used to know, in their traditional institutions, in their traditional values and traditional ways of looking at the world. And then we've seen the lot of new actors like RT, which was mentioned already here, Sputnik, and dozens of other Russian media outlets, which started to create this alternative reality, as they call it. And they were very, very successful. To the extent that people started to perceive them as a legit part of the conversation about what is real and what is not. So one of the aim of our project was actually to stop that and say this is not the legitimate voice in the media, because they are not representing media, they are not journalists. They are working for the government who weaponized free media, which existed in Russia at some point, and used them against Ukraine and against many, many other countries. And by raising awareness about that, we also were trying to attract the attention of governments outside of Ukraine to that point, because with disinformation, pretty much the same as with medical illnesses, you cannot cope with that in some places, leaving it to exist in other places. You need to approach that very holistically, and then it would make sense to tackle that. So again, we were quite successful, and now we see a number of governments around Western Europe and Northern America who recognized disinformation as a problem, as a major issue, and allocated resources to tackle that, with a various degree of resources and various degree of recognition of that, but it already exists, because 5 years ago, That was a reality when I was sitting on a panel with people from RT and Sputnik, and we were discussing freedom of speech. And that was quite a nonsensical approach to dealing with that problem. Another important thing is to spread our findings, because we really need to talk to those, not those people who are living in the Russian bubble. It's very difficult to penetrate that information bubble and to persuade those people. But we really need to talk to many other people who are still not in the bubble, but are somewhere in the middle. They face uncertainty. They feel probably frustration about the world they are living now. And we need to talk to those people. For example, last year, Stop Fake conducted a poll across Ukraine, asking people if they recognize disinformation as a major problem. And the result was 58% of Ukrainians said yes. And this is really very, very, very good result, because compared to 4 or 5 years ago, when we would have zero recognition of that problem, it's absolutely a huge increase. And also there are other indirect figures which tell us that our fight was quite and is quite successful. We see the absolutely minimal number of Ukrainians who are still consuming Russian media. This is very, very important. We really need to disconnect Ukrainian discourse from Russian discourse, because it's toxic discourse, as Mary said. And we really need to explain to people they really need to keep away from that. Not only by banning, but also explaining why it's toxic to them. Another important thing is, even if Ukrainians are still consuming Russian so-called media content, they are not trusting it. And this is also very, very important, to discredit toxic media as a non-source for media. And we also were quite successful. Around 6 to 8% of Ukrainians are still trusting Russian media if they consume it. And Internews is conducting absolutely great research on an annual basis, and I am always referring to that, because if you would go there, you would see how the picture changed in the last 4 years, and you would see the improvement in many, many instances, including the increase in trust to Ukrainian media, which is very, very important, because there can be no void, there can be no gap. If we don't have Russian media, people would be looking for something else, so we need to have Ukrainian media providing more of quality content. Another important thing is to research our findings. So we spent last 5 years looking into how disinformation works in Ukraine, what Russian media, to map what Russian media were involved in spreading that disinformation, to map them and to show to people you should not trust to those media. And also to define the main narratives, because if we talk about the separate fake news, probably they are not that much dangerous if they are just happening from time to time, occasionally. But they are happening all the time, everywhere, and they are about the narratives which stick to the people's minds, stick to the media perception of the situation, and that's what is important, and we need to pay attention to that. By kind of building this bigger picture what Russian disinformation is about, we can come with solutions, what we can do to make Ukrainian society, and not only again Ukrainian society, this is a universal problem. This problem exists across the borders. It exists in Europe and it exists in the world. What we can do to improve the resilience and to mitigate the risks of disinformation and propaganda. Again, we need to educate people, because propaganda and disinformation are most successful in the places where there are gaps in education and understanding of people what's happening in the world. So that's why it was very essential for us to partner with IRIX, and to partner with the British Embassy in Ukraine and US Embassy in Ukraine, and go to Ukrainian schools to work with Ukrainian Ministry of Education to create the program which is called Learn to Discern, to teach teachers how they can teach better media to their school children. We help them to create curriculum, to use cases from Stop Fake, and then we train teachers how to do that, and then to have them working with their school children, 8th graders and 9th graders. And this is very, very important because this project already comprises hundreds of schools around Ukraine. And this is essential because when we are dealing with disinformation, we are dealing with consequences. If we would create a critical thinking at the level of school, that would help us to avoid the dangers of propaganda in the future. So probably that would give you the idea what we are doing and why, from our point of view, this is important. And then we can come back later with some other ideas what we can do else about all that.
Thank you, Yevgen. Very instructive, I must say, and emphasizing the fact that we can follow a narrative, and nowadays we can follow a pattern. It is a pattern that you can easily now identify if you have this critical thinking. But as we know, the spread happened through the social media, where everybody is accessing, everybody is having a profile on somewhere, at least almost everybody. And now I would turn to Alina, that she's working a lot in implementing policies, in implementing campaigns. Alina, which are online the main challenges that you face when you implement policies? And if you can tell us one anecdote of your particular job. Thank you.
I probably will switch to Ukrainian just to have a balance.
Буду говорити українською для того, щоб в нас був мовний баланс на заході.
Так, я перейду на українську мову для того, щоб трошки баланс підтримати, да, в аудиторії. Ну, знаєте, мені здається, що
I think that when in the issue of fakes we've discussed so many things, so it's hard to say something new here. But I think we underestimate our own victories and achievements, and ours, I mean not only Ukrainians, but the victories which happen in normal world, or more or less normal world. Because at first we were overloaded with fakes, it's true. But if we look at the situation now, there are not so many fakes. There are a lot of manipulations and intensifying internal problems. And that's a little bit different issue. But the world found quite quickly how to fight fakes. Just a few years ago, we were talking about that producers of fakes, they are irresponsible, it's impossible to punish them, but many countries of Europe, they already adopted the laws which allow to punish people for spreading fakes and for creating fakes. So that's why I believe that it's a small but victory. But it led to the situation where we started to notice certain mutation when the work of trolls and the work not only Russians but many people who already learned how to use this technique, it is developed towards intensifying and kind of like perverting the reality. So they are not given lies. They do it this way. That just like the real story you perceive from different point. And so if you look at social media, so if you look at citizen surveys, so they don't trust state institutions and media, but they trust neighbors and friends. And social media, this is a feeling of neighbors and friends. So maybe you don't know these people personally, but these are people, not media. However, it is media, but it is perceived as a community of real people who live next door to you, who you see every day in the photo. And so the level of trust of what is said in social media is higher, and the level of resilience is much lower among people who consume this. And that's why many people, they get very quickly into these social media battles and offenses because it's emotional. It's like you have a conversation with neighbors. You don't really control your emotions when you talk to your neighbors. You can use vulgar words or you say something stupid because you feel comfortable in this communication. And the same impressions we have in social media. After you get into certain communication and then you switch off the computer, it's like, what happened to me? It was some kind of craziness over me. And so that's what's used for manipulation, which are happening in our day-to-day life. And this is a new challenge. So we need to understand that the world will never return to what it used to be. And probably when we look at the audience here, at the age of the audience, we are kind of like this transition generation, because we were born in the world where all of these didn't exist. And we don't know how to live in the world with social media. We are trying to adapt, but we are not quick enough, and we cannot really adjust to it. And probably we will never learn to live it normally. But our children are born in the world where digital is everywhere. And when 2-year-olds, they can find on YouTube, they cannot even type, but they can find the content that they want in YouTube. I understand that YouTube is created for these kids, not for me, because for me it's hard to find the content that I want in YouTube. So it seems to me that our response and all our efforts, they need to be aimed at so at this moment we cannot create an antidote or like silver bullet, but we can. It has to be aimed at teaching our children how to filter information, and our chance is like to keep the battle on and to do our best to hold on to our positions. And it's kind of the easy and difficult, because probably we will not win, but as statistics shows that we are not losing. So it's like every day we see new and new opportunities and new challenges which we face. I feel really bad for the journalists, because I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. That I'm like in. So because some people say the journalists want to write only about bad things, because bad headlines sell papers, they try to find something terrible just for their own purposes. And I see journalists who say that like we don't have good content, we have nothing to talk about, and we need to come up with some content, because the representatives of state organizations or society, they cannot offer us certain issues that we can write about. And when you're a journalist, you work and you need quickly to provide certain information, because after half an hour, it's already going to lose its relevance. And sometimes you don't have the chance to check and verify the information. If 15 or 20 years ago, journalists had this time before publishing, but now they face also new challenges, how to work in information with this like extremely tight deadlines. And they make mistakes in society. They want to crucify them for the mistakes that they make. And I think that we are in this point of turbulence, which will like give birth to some new rules, and it's normal, because we are facing new things which we've never worked before, and journalists, they face new realities that they've never worked before with, and they have high level of responsibility, because personal opinion of a journalist which was expressed in social media can lead to drastic changes and movements. They have high level of responsibility. They don't have their personal life anymore, because any word said by journalists is perceived as a media point, and especially if they say something in social media. So we live in the world where everything is changing, and I believe that the only constant is that if we have values and we follow these values, everything will be easier, because the rest is just tools. Yes, there are some new tools, and we need to get used to using them, and maybe we will never learn to use them 150% in quality way, but if you know your limitations, and if you know the boundaries which you don't want to go out of, and you don't want society to go beyond, so any tool can be used correctly. And that's what we are learning to do. We are all suffering because we are inside the process, including me. A few times I became the victim of information attacks. I saw how trolls were formed out of some little issues which were turned into a big hype. And it's interesting that there were trolls from both sides. I don't know where these trolls are located. I've never used them, because these are my values. I'm not going to use tools of trolls, but I saw troll farms to protect me. And I understand the logic behind it, and I understand who these people could be, could have been who activated these things, but it was a surprise for me to observe, and I'm trying to make certain conclusions, like how to act in a situation like this. And so my vision is that it's not the problem is not about social media. Yeah, social media, they are going to be transformed, and they are transforming. We saw the reaction of American government towards Facebook and the use of Facebook, and we see that Facebook was forced to adapt and to change their policy. Instagram has changed their policies as well. And so they started to have very clear monitoring about who is sharing which information, what the goal is, and whether this information is commercial or advertorial. So they are trying to adapt their policies towards the challenges that they face. But it seems to me that we need to understand what the role of state is and what role of society is in these situations, situation that is changing. I have a feeling that the state is losing its power. If in the past information was not ruling the world, and there were certain institutions which were managing this information. But now, as information has such a strong impact on our life, none of the states can control the process fully and cannot control the information processes and manage all the processes in a quality way. I think that these times are in the past, and now the role of the state is to create new rules of the game, not to try on its own to fight all the fakes or promote or create narrative, but to create the game, the rules of the games, in which way society can participate and engage. Because only this overall resilience can work and help. Because information is everywhere, and resilience towards fake or false information, it has to be from society. And the task of the state is to create certain institutions or rules, and which will help us to achieve this goal. And I think that that is the weakness of Ukraine, because we respond to everything very quickly. This is in our blood. So our nation is designed to survive. And if your wish is to survive, you need to respond very quickly. And we learn to fight back very quickly. But at this moment, we are not so strong at have sustainable practices or rules, and to create the rules and then to roll them out and let society act using the rules that we create. Western Europe was slower in their reactions to what was happening, but if we see that they have new laws, new procedures, how to work with social media, the procedure of understanding how journalists should work, and new rules and standards for journalists. So their society, they are not so dramatic about their mistakes, but they can transform lessons learned into and to use the skills and knowledge into their day-to-day life. We are more concentrate on that we make mistakes. I hear all the time that we are losing the information war. We are losing. So I don't see that. I'm sorry. Like, we were losing it in 2014 because we didn't have any people who believed us. But now all the people who are sitting here, you know, that Ukrainian speakers, they are present on every platform. We are listened to and we are trusted, and this is the victory in information war. That's what we can, the victory is that we have the chance to deliver our information. But I believe that we need to work more on how to, these skills and practices to bring into our life and to make them stable and sustainable. How to like to fight like this complete field of mistrust and distrust to each other, and how move towards cooperation and working with each other. That's why I believe in general resilience. I believe in our children, and I will do my best to accelerate this process. And I believe that our generation just needs to hold on to our position before better Ukrainians are born and brought up. Дякую, Аліна. Мені подобається.
Well, and I like the fact that your point in creating new rules.
Подобається ваше зауваження щодо створення нових
Maybe we can discuss a little
прав.
bit further about this. I will now ask Jakub to say a few words. As this mentioned also, this morning Ambassador Mingarelli mentioned the creation of the East Stratcom unit was one of the EU response against the disinformation phenomenon. So I would like, since you were the team leader at the first East Stratcom, a few words about the East Stratcom, how it works, maybe, and if there are successful stories, in your opinion. But another point that I want to ask you is why everybody is blaming social media for this, and especially Facebook, according also to these recent reports at the British Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so before I get to the description of the EU versus Disinfo campaign, let me just kick off with a bit of polemics. I'm not sure I'm as optimistic as you are, Alina. Coming from Brussels, I have to admit it was sometimes quite depressing, the situation we were in, and I'm not so sure that maybe it's the perspective you have here from Kiev that we are not as horrible in the information war. I have to say that with the perspective from Brussels, it looks a bit more pessimistic. But maybe we can get to it in the discussion. So yeah, our team, it was established in 2015, and we faced a problem that not many people in Brussels were actually even admitting that we have this kind of conflict. So we really couldn't go for quite advanced things like, for example, the research that Mary is doing, because that already, you have to have the knowledge of the problem that it is there and that we are looking for solutions. No, we weren't there yet in 2015, and that meant that our aim was simply to expose that there is this kind of problem, to raise the awareness about it. Obviously building on the work of pioneers in this business, Zhenia's Stop Fake, or the brilliant Ukrainian Crisis Media Center, or Detector Media, previously Telekritika, and yes, these were the guys who actually showed us the way, and maybe because they have the longer track record here in Ukraine, maybe that's why you can have the feeling that the situation is a bit more optimistic. But not to be completely bashing the European Union, I think the situation is a bit better than it used to be in 2015. I think we have moved in the right direction, although everybody who's sitting here, we would all like the movement to be much quicker than it was. But for example, the action plan against disinformation that was adopted in December, we can see that more and more institutions in Brussels and more member states are actually acknowledging the threat. How were we trying to achieve this? Well, we really just try to expose, spread the message, show what the Kremlin's disinformation machine is doing. We were trying to collect as many examples as possible, simply to show that the kind of disinformation that Ukraine is a country governed by fascists is being spread 24 hours per day, 7 days in a week, to show that it's not only about influencing elections, but it's about spreading disinformation 7 days a week, so that you create familiarity with the message, and with creating the familiarity you can gradually build the acceptance of the message. But also we try to collect more absurd examples, because I remember that the more absurd example and the more directed towards a particular member state, the better chance that you will penetrate into local media. And this is actually the ideal result. We knew that with our products that, Twitter account had something over 35,000 followers, which isn't bad, but it's not brilliant. And the newsletter, it was read by approximately 20,000 people. But when you penetrate with your message into New York Times, that already means something more. And we managed to do that quite a few times. The only thing you have to do is to follow the Kremlin's media closely and to pick the most aggressive information pieces. So be it, the Nazi zombies fighting in the Ukrainian army that actually an official channel of the Russian Ministry of Defense is spreading. It's not some marginal conspiracy outlet. The message that Germans have stolen 5,000 years of Russian history because they have hidden Peter the Great. And this was spread by REN-TV, who actually received the Russian Emmy for this kind of messaging, the Russian Emmy for the best educational program. The best educational program that is pushing the narratives about flat Earth theory and, you know, 9/11 being an inside job or a gay conspiracy that's governing Brussels and the United States. The story with which we penetrated into Danish mainstream media, that was a story on, now I'm not sure whether it was Kisseliov or Solovyov's shows, but you know, one of the biggest talk shows, that Danes are actually visiting animal brothels. You know, that there is so much zoophilia in Denmark that they visit animal brothels. And you know, it looks a bit horrible, but if you manage to expose examples like this, this is what catches the attention of the media. Unfortunately, it's not when you show them that they repeat over and over again that MH17 was shot down by Ukraine. Unfortunately, this is not how media work. They need new information, and they need fleshy information, attractive information. So this is also something we were trying to look for. On the other hand, when we were exposing this kind of information, we could see that we still lack answers to some of the most crucial questions in this business. Mary has mentioned some of them. We still didn't know how vulnerable were particular audiences. But I'm afraid we didn't have, and we still don't have, answers to some much more fundamental and basic questions like how many channels does the pro-Kremlin disinformation machine control? We still don't know that. You know, we have some approximate number, like 40 websites in Czech Republic, 80 of them in Poland, perhaps 100 of them in Hungary, but these are websites. We have no thousands of troll accounts on Twitter and Facebook. Do we have any numbers on Instagram, on Tumblr, on Reddit, on 4chan, on YouTube, 9gag? I'm not sure we have. How many channels does the pro-Kremlin machine control? We have no clue. How many messages per day they spread? We have no clue. How many people they target? We have no clue. And how many people do they manage to persuade? No idea. And then we had this team that was asked to solve this problem. You know, well, if we don't know how many tanks the enemy has and how many soldiers, what do you want us to do? Anyway, I think this is where you can see the distinction between the US and European Union. And despite the fact that the discussion in the US is extremely polarized, something that the Ukrainians know only too well about, despite that, they have the Mueller investigation, and thanks to that, you actually have some answers to some of these questions. Thanks to the fact that this topic is very high on the agenda of the mainstream media, thanks to that, you have interest of really brilliant researchers. So, for example, this Kathleen Hall Jamieson, who's been following election campaigns for the past 30 or 40 years. She has written a book called Cyber War, where she actually quite well proves the point that the Russians might have made the difference between electing Donald Trump and not Hillary Clinton. These are researches we really would need in Europe. I would want to see such a research for the Brexit referendum, for the French 2000 election campaign, for the Austrian presidential campaign in 2016, the Italian constitutional referendum in December 2016 was also one of the examples, not to mention all the elections in the Visegrad 4 countries. We would need to see these numbers. I think we still have a lot of homework to do. What we are doing currently with the Atlantic Council, we have this Ukrainian election task force, where we partner, for example, with Stop Fake or Detector Media, and we are trying to, again, expose what kind of messaging Russia is pushing, attacking the Ukrainian elections, to show that, again, cyber attacks are used, to show that kinetic attacks in the military sphere are being used, all this in this lovely package of hybrid influence. So we try to remind the Westerners that this is still far from over, and although you might think that there have been a few articles written about the US elections, the problem is still not solved, and there is still going to be a lot of aggression from the Kremlin I believe that the approach, let's focus on our weaknesses, you know, let's educate our citizens, or let's push the social media towards the solution. I'm afraid, although all this has to be part of the package, I'm afraid that only this approach will not solve the problem. Until we stop the aggressor, he will keep being aggressive. We can really see that happening, that even if the problem of, for example, Sputnik and Russia Today was solved in Scandinavia, or you could presume it was solved because Sputnik had to shut down all the channels in all 4 Scandinavian countries, they simply moved to online trolling, and the worst case of online trolling of the Russian trolls we know about in the European Union, that's actually the Finnish journalist Jessica Aro. They moved on towards cyber attacks, towards manipulating the comment sections in established media outlets, all weapons that you know in Ukraine, again, very well. But you can see that the aggressor, when you repair one weakness, he moves on to another weakness. And my fear is that until we stop the aggressor, we will have the aggression no matter what we do with our defensive line. And that's actually one of the troubles I have with the second question you had about this bashing of social media. And I do understand they really should be blamed for many of the mistakes they have done, but we can't expect Facebook to be the only solution in this disinformation confrontation. I mean, they are not the producer of the disinformation. They are not. They are not even the distributor. They just provide the channel for distribution, but they are not the active distributor. So there is someone organizing this disinformation campaign. There is someone paying for it. And someone is just using the many tools. And even if we cut off Facebook totally, which is not going to happen, but even if we cut it off, they will simply move on to another channel. If we solve that channel, they will move on to another channel. So my fear is that until we stop the aggressor, there will be this kind of aggression. So what I would love to see in Europe is this being more determined, just like the Ukrainians are actually, being more determined to actually also stop the aggressor and not only to focus on what we made wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I have a few questions for you, also including the elections, but I will see first if there is anybody from the audience who wants already ask anything to our panelists. No? Okay, then there is a surprise today. I have two of our interlocutors, Olga Kakaulina from Press Secretary of the Press Center of Judiciary. She's willing to share with us today an example of fake news in her job. And we have also Fedir from Ministry of Information Affairs, Ministry of Internal Affairs. They are going to share with us two examples of fake news in their day-to-day job, how they tackled it, and they are here asking your expert advice on this. I would give the floor to Olga. Yeah.
Thanks, Luciana. Hello to everybody. Actually, now I'm a press secretary of Council of Judges of Ukraine, but I was the person who created the press center of the judiciary. So I will talk further in Ukrainian in order to share the balance, as Alina say. Доброго дня, колеги. Ми розмовляємо про фейки, про створення фейків і про боротьбу з фейками.
Countermeasures against fakes. As far as you understand,
взагалі потерпає від негативу.
Because of a lot of negative. And I agree with Ukrainian speakers who say that now we have a less number of fakes, but still we do have them. We still have this challenge. That is why the most important, the most powerful fake was created by Ukrainian journalists who just didn't have all the information because the judicial decision is a very specific topic as far as you understand. So this journalist created a piece of news that spoke about that Ukrainian judiciary made Ukrainian authorities to pay a huge amount of money to terrorists in Luhansk. Of course, as the background of all the events in Ukraine, and at the background of patriotic society, people were angry with that. They didn't want to go further to understand whether it's true or not. They were just angry, and we all understood that it was completely untrue, and we have to do something with that. So we had a meeting of Council of Journalistic Ethics, and we made this journalist remove this piece of news from all the websites and media where it was published. It was our success story. So I have a question maybe more to Ukrainian speakers, because you know the situation inside out. We were talking about the rules of the game that needs to be developed in Ukraine. We've been trying to build them for the past 5 years. So how much time do we need, in your opinion, to build this system? And my question to Yevhen, I have a question. As to a person who represents a journalism school, we face the level, every day we face the level of education of journalists, and journalists play an enormous role in the society because they disseminate information to the citizens. What we need to do, maybe in cooperation with all of you, to raise awareness, to raise the education level of these people who are our mouthpieces, who disseminate information. And my question to the international experts is the following. I do agree that at the moment Ukraine is represented at the European level, but still we have to put a lot of efforts to stay in the agenda of the European institutions. Please tell me, probably you see or probably you have any advices, what else should we do to improve our communication with Europe, to continue and to strengthen our influence? Thank you.
Yes, and now let's turn first to the Ukrainian speaker, as you asked. Who wants to respond? Alina, okay.
Look,
it's good that you were fighting, and that's the example when I was saying that not everything that is called a fake is a fake. There are mistakes in the work of a journalist. There is some wrong interpretation of certain facts. There is some information that was not verified and it is spread. So it's not classic fake as it is. And unfortunately that you took it down from the sources. We know that the news, they spread in the first 24 hours, and then it's very hard to take it back about the loss of trust or ruining reputation. So probably that's something that we cannot really estimate, because we don't really have this kind of estimation and assessment. But you definitely had some losses in these intangible factors. And it seems to me that the normal response or prevention of situations like this is our relationship with journalists. If I have good reputation among journalists as a representative of government, if journalists know my phone number, so they will call me 30 times to verify some information before publishing. And that's probably the only preventive mechanism which can work in the situation that we have in Ukraine, and which emphasizes again that we need to learn inside state and governmental institutions how to communicate correctly, not communicate only when in emergencies, but to build normal human relationship with journalists and build trust with them, because I've seen many good examples when journalist community, they self-regulated things like that. When we were providing one of the trainings, and among journalist community, there were people who were constantly trying to provoke representatives of government, and on the 20th minute of communication like this, the journalist community, they just stood up. It's like, okay, you are ruining the process, so please leave if you want to work in this way. And there are many examples like this. And I believe that journalist community, they have really grown a lot over the past years. Let's be honest that in 2014, we didn't have news in the country. If people had never practiced in normal news format journalism, so they need to learn, and they are learning it now. And I believe that this is a process that you need to perceive it as a process, and on every stage you need to develop certain rules, how the whole system can become better and better. And when we talk about our constant presence or absence on international platforms and being on the agenda, so we need to understand that any information field is constantly changing. And if we in favor now, yeah, it doesn't mean that we will be on the agenda tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So that's day-to-day work. And maybe general society in Europe, they are not interested in hearing about war. It had impact in 2014, maybe 2015, but at this moment, it's not interesting for them to listen. And it's bad that if we appear on certain Western platforms only because we have certain problems. And so communication is and about communication, we need to constantly build a day-to-day relationship and communication about what we have and what problems we have. So daily work, that's the only advice I can give, especially to representatives of governmental institutions.
Again, on the standards of the journalism, please.
I would like to add, so there are problems in journalism in the way that we have problems in any profession. So we are at the very beginning of making our environment professional, and journalism is not an exception. And the only recipe how we can change the situation, that's education. And it would be weird for me as a representative of education to say something else, but it definitely, we need to check how this education process is happening. And it's very important that you address the organization that can resolve some conflict situation between journalists and non-journalists. But we also need to understand the limits of this kind of agencies, because I was a part of a commission of Journalist Code of Ethics, and we had a lot of claims against journalists, and some part of them, they were really fair, but many of them, they were completely absurd, but we had to look into that. For example, to one of the channels, there was a complaint. It was a reality show, and one of the participants of the reality show, she complained that the producers forced her to cut her hair, and that was the reason why she was not, and then she was not selected for the final stage. And so we need to use all the due diligence to look into the situation and to give some kind of response. So we need to understand that we cannot put all the burden of responsibility onto the journalist or some association or organization. Also, we need to, I totally agree with Alina that we need to build relationship with journalists and to explain, because in every profession there are certain peculiarities, and journalists not always, unfortunately, have to specialize in certain topic, and that's not exceptionally Ukrainian problem. When I said that propaganda ruins values in journalism, that also was a part of it, because propaganda uses the changes and economic changes which are happening in journalism when journalists have less time to verify information for fact-checking. And propaganda uses that because it is known that there are fewer journalists in newsrooms, so they have a bigger workload and less time. Also, journalism everywhere, they want some hot news and sensations, and it's a huge threat because sensation does not include the discussion of and get into the bottom of the problem. It's just like big headlines, and that's the end of the discussion. And also journalism that includes using social media, because people consume content very quickly, sporadically, chaotically, and they don't even understand who is the author, where they got information from, whether it is respected source, and how to estimate it. So these are all the aspects which are happening not only in Ukraine, they're happening everywhere. But Ukrainian journalism, they were more vulnerable because there were people who wanted to use it, having certain goal in mind, to bring in as much as possible distorted information towards the audience. So the quality of information which is circulating here, these are the results of three main players. These are policymakers who are generating something, then media that are informing about this, and then educated audience that they are consuming information in critical way. So if we have all these three stages, then we will have high quality information. But if at least one of the players is missing, then we will have distorted communication, and we cannot just put the patch in one place. So if we educate audience, but policymakers are going to use populism, it will undermine journalism, but in different way. And what we see that populism is growing among policymakers and politicians, and it's immediately mirrored how it is presented by journalists, and it immediately we have the response from the audience because populism is based on simple, non-fact-based recipes. So we come to the audience and we give them what they want to hear right now. It works really well for certain politicians, and unfortunately it works really well for many audiences because they understand that they speak the same language with this person. Anything can be promised, the promises don't have to be kept, and audience even can guess that maybe these promises are not going to be implemented, but this is a pleasant communication that which doesn't oblige anyone to do anything. So we need to check and control this information on all the stages where it is produced and consumed. And as a representative of education, that's my main message, to invest more in education and high-quality communication.
I'd like to respond to the question.
Well, thank you very much for the question, first of all.
Перш за все, за
It is a bit
запитання.
difficult to
Це
improve on the
дійсно
advice of Rebecca
складно,
Harms.
дійсно.
Say that to begin with. One of Ukraine's staunchest friends in the EU institutions who will be very much missed when she's not in the European Parliament anymore. But that said, I'm not going to cop out completely. The question was about government, and I think, you know, populism can work fairly well as a campaign. It works much less well as government. The things that people expect from government are different from the things they expect from campaigning candidates. And I think there's three words that I would offer you, which overlap with Rebecca's. Be honest. There is something fundamentally dishonest about populism, but it is necessary as government to be honest with people, to recognize that you're talking to Ukrainian society the way it is today, not the way it used to be 5, 6, 10 years ago. It is a very discerning and vigilant population when it comes to its own government. Maybe it has a bit of catching up to do when it comes to external information aggressors, but when it comes to the Ukrainian government, it's a very vigilant, discerning, questioning, skeptical kind of society, and so there isn't really any alternative but to be very transparent and consistent. But I would also say be positive. It's easy, even as government, to play into the kind of pessimistic mood, but it's not in the interests of Ukraine to do that. Spend more time maybe not reacting to the criticism that you face, but more time being proactive and talking about the achievements that you have. It's very difficult to break out of a reactive cycle, but I think this is one of the reasons why the strategic narrative matters for Ukraine. Once that's settled, it enables you to have a proactive communication strategy built around it. And that's really an important step. Don't allow yourself to get stuck in a reactive cycle, because you'll never talk about the things you're proud of if you allow yourself to be stuck in that way. And then I would say engage non-state actors. Again, as Dima was saying in the previous panel, there are certainly trust issues in Ukraine is a low trust environment, generally speaking. There are reasons for that. Doesn't have to be permanently that way, but it is that way at the moment. And the engagement of non-state actors would help, I think, to tackle that problem.
Thank you. Jakub?
3 points, and they will be really mostly overlapping with what you already heard. Really, persistence is extremely important. I am more an expert on the negative communication rather than the positive one, but even Andropov, the biggest disinformation expert, used to say that information works a bit like the drop of water falling on a stone. It doesn't make the difference because it is so strong, it makes the difference because it is persistent. And you can use the similar mechanism actually for the positive messaging. So as Alina mentioned, you really have to keep doing the daily work. This is crucial, so hang on. Also, communicating proactively. Sometimes, even for us, advocates of Ukraine, you are making it a bit harder. you don't actually explain enough what are you going to do. For example, the ban on Russian media channels, as much as I totally understand it, and I would probably do the same being in the situation where Ukraine is, you really didn't explain it quickly enough or even proactively. Just giving us a few lines to take that we could use when the news broke, that would be extremely helpful. Not allowing actually the Kremlin to set the agenda, to frame how this situation is going to be explained. So these are cases where we could really use a bit more help. And my final point would actually be, you do not have to communicate everything yourselves. You really have a brilliant civil society. Please support it. When I talk about the various solutions in Europe, there are a few states which I would give as example of a brilliant state-level reaction. You know, the Lithuanian Armed Forces Stratcom is terrific. The Swedish MSB Civil Contingency Agency, they are brilliant. I think even in Czech Republic on the working level, not on the political level, maybe you have heard about our president, who's really not the best example, but on the working level, I think the work is being done. But in Ukraine, I always give as an example the reaction of the civil society is really one of the strongest I know in all Europe, really. Not only Stopfake, who are sitting with us here, the Ukrainian Crisis Media Center are doing a brilliant job. Detector Media, as previously Telekritika, the experts like Volodya Yarmolenko or the late Sasha Nikonorov, who was doing a brilliant job. I mean, support these people. They are doing a brilliant job. And sometimes, you know, sometimes the message coming from a civil society has a better reception than the message coming from the state level. So you can have someone else doing the job for you.
Yes, yes.
I just would like to reinforce that point. It is important, if you're going to take a strategic view of this question, to decide as a government what relationship you want to have with civil society. That has implications for legal frameworks, for dialogue and discourse, and all sorts of things. And if you decide that between government and civil society in Ukraine today it's important to have a really strategic partnership, then that decision will have implications for other things. You cannot be a strategic partner on Monday and something else on Wednesday. So it's a conversation that needs to be had in a very serious way.
Thank you very much. Fedir Kirilenko, he works at the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. Please, briefly also to you, because we are running late, we are already over our time. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, я постараюсь дуже швидко. Хочу розповісти декілька прикладів щодо фейків, які ми спостерігаємо відносно Міністерства внутрішніх справ.
About the Ministry of Internal Affairs and our agencies in Ukraine. These are mostly, it happens because people believe, they trust in fakes, and it's a huge problem. But it's not only a problem, but it's also an opportunity for the central agencies of Ukraine, because people started believing to our agencies, to our ministries about this, started believing in the information that we tell them. Citizens of Ukraine, I would say, their media literacy is low. They cannot discern information. They cannot verify whether the information is true or fake. That is why the task of the authorities is to inform in a prompt way about the challenges that we face every day. And what we can see every year, these are the messages about the resigning of our minister. Any news that is resonant in the society about the Ministry of Interior or about the National Police or other agencies, it creates an informational wave without any ground. That at different informational resources there is an information, there is a message that Arsene Avakov will resign, judging on their own sources in the Ministry of Interior. This news is completely fake, but some people, some media resources, some citizens of Ukraine, they start disseminating this piece of fake news. This is what happened in 2015 when there was this case in Mukachevo. It was with Saakashvili events, when there was this event when a lot of fake news were created. And it is created just to discredit our ministry, to discredit the minister, to show that we cannot cope with our activities. And I have several solutions, several ways out that we see. For example, we met with Alina about creating and developing a system of strategic communication within the ministry. It's one of the ways of using all the information tools to counter fakes. We need to develop and to inform our citizens, to create our own informational environment and to use all that we can. In addition, we elaborated methodical recommendations, guidelines for all our departments of communication, how to work in social media, in social networks, where we clearly explain them how they need to publish news, how they need to inform the population. Because they are the basis, they are the foundation where people should refer to get verified information. And I would also like to say that in these methodical guidelines, there is the necessity to look for trolls, to those bots, trolls. We teach people how to understand whether it is a real person who asks something or who criticizes something, or this is just a troll from the aggressor side. One more example, one more anecdote about fakes. Photo fakes that were used. This information in the media about the deputy minister of our deputy minister, which was caught receiving a bribe. It was a fake. And a photo used to illustrate this fake was where this deputy minister was arrested with the representatives of the police. But why not just elementary check this photo? It was taken when the deputy minister was with the police when his house was, when burglars got into his house. Later, we debunked this information, and the society understood what was really going on. That is why I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here, and I do hope that in the future we will be working together, we will develop this system of strategic communications, we will create the informational environment together. Thank you so much. Дуже дякую.
Короткий коментар. Те, що ви почали з
When you started talking about the resigning of the minister, I want to elaborate on that. What we try to do in our agencies is that there is political communication and then there is professional communication. When it comes to government agencies, this communication should be professional and it should be related to those to those types of work that the ministry is responsible for. The communication which is related to the minister is political communication, and no government officials should get into this political communication. Like resigning of a minister is political decision. It is political responsibility of this person. It is a responsibility of his counselors. If we look at the Trump's campaign, when Trump was it was said that Trump had relations with Russian Federation, then the presidential administration said that everything that concerns presidency of Trump is our responsibility. But when it comes to the presidential, the election campaigns, this is what relates to its counselors, to his communicators. So that is why I would like to advise you that you should focus less on the personality of your minister. Or you should focus on the affairs that your ministry is responsible for. In such a way, you will increase the level of trust. Why there is a high level of trust in the police, in the patrol police in Ukraine? They have some of the highest level of trust, because patrol police, they have this really mass communication through personalities, through people who work in the police. They talk a lot, they inform a lot, how they patrol the streets, how they react to some events. They don't concentrate on the life of the ministry, on the events he takes part in, but they build trust by disseminating this personal information, because citizens are interested in safety, in security, and in health, something very tangible. And if you'll be talking about different things that are of interest to the citizens, they don't care about the residing of Avakov. They just want to live in a safe and secure environment. This is what I would like to advise you.
Does any of you want to
Дуже дякую. Якщо у когось
a minute
із
each to
вас
say a few words at the end, because we are already over the time.
Sure. Yeah, maybe also just for to the last question, I really would be a bit cautious about calling journalists who just speculate whether a minister is going to be there or not in a week, calling them, spreading disinformation. I think it's really important to make a distinction between the state-organized disinformation machine that truly tries to harm Ukraine as such, and between just a journalist doing his job, trying to find a story. So I would be really a bit cautious about putting these two different cases into one basket. I believe journalists also deserve a protection, and this might actually again appear a bit bad in the West if we would see that a government official is basically trying to protect a politician. It doesn't really feel right. So I would be a bit cautious about this, if I may advise. But I have to admit, I do not know the very specific case or the specific stories. So, I mean, if you are talking about, Ukraina.Rus heavy campaign that goes on for 7 days a week, then I obviously understand what your concerns. But if we are talking about, solid Ukrainian media, just speculating whether the minister is going to be there in the next month, I'm not sure I would put this into the same basket as the massive Russia's disinformation campaign.
Thank you. Yes, please. Very quickly. 1 minute.
Дякую. Я хотів би наголосити на тому, що я навів приклади те, як
an example of that some journalists are not professional when they disseminate the unverified news. When one media from Kharkiv put information on their website about the resigning of our minister, then another media agency, they just take this information, they republish it, they use it, and this is just one example of how fakes disseminate in the society, and it proves that we need to fight with them systematically. We need to show the citizens that our ministry works and that everything is okay. I don't say that that somebody thinks that the minister will resign. I'm just telling you about this exact example that happened in Ukraine, and how this media, how some other media use it to discredit the central bodies of power in Ukraine. Sometimes sometimes media use unverified resources. Our journalists don't usually verify the information that they republish. I think we will be able to discuss this question further, but taking back to our discussion, to the topic of our discussion, I would like to wish everyone to develop this media literacy, this media hygiene, because this is my daily work, and for me, it's just enough to read a headline on Facebook, and I understand at once that whether it's true or fake. So I have this internal feeling, and I hope that everyone can develop these criteria of critical thinking, and they can educate 20, 30 people around them, and it would be a small step that we can do. And I wish everyone to be professional in their work. I wish everyone to understand our mistakes, to have our own KPIs, and to try to reach them, to be open and to be able to say that we don't know something. I think it's very important. I think this is the basis for our professional.
Mary? Okay, a couple of really quick ones. The more I think about it, the more I think disinformation forces us to do more of the things we should be doing anyway. Almost everything that we ought to be doing as a result of disinformation are things we probably should be doing anyway. And the second point is that the information aggressor, Russia in this case, is not 10 foot tall. I believe that Mr. Putin has made catastrophic, epic errors in Ukraine. He is still stuck with his own mistakes, and Ukraine has done some remarkable things in a very disadvantageous situation. So none of us should leave this discussion feeling pessimistic.
Yes, exactly.
І оскільки я останній, хто утримує вас від обіду, і це найжахливіша роль, дуже короткі коментарі. Перш за все, дезінформація нікуди не дівається.
And disinformation doesn't just go anywhere. We need to follow it. You can follow us. We will help you. Please follow us in social networks. Please share, like, and share our posts. And there are three things that we need to always remember. First, that there is always quality and non-quality journalism. There are sources that you should trust and those you shouldn't trust. It comes to media, to policymakers, to politicians. And we will always face the dilemma between the national security and the freedom of speech. Thank you so much.
We will find all these points at the end in the report. But if I may say in few sentences, what I will take away personally, that Ukraine is a society that is vulnerable as every other country, but it showed a very high level of resilience. We need to do more. Either we need a set of rules, new rules, either we need to stop the aggressor, but for sure the education is working very well. We have IREX that is implementing Learn to Dissent, but at the same time we have other organizations such as Internews creating guidebooks for the students. We found out that Ukraine is a successful example in the disinformation war, and our advice for the future is always to be positive, proactive, especially with the journalist education. They need a little bit more standards. To conclude with Mary's words, yes, Ukraine has proven to be a good example in fighting this information war, but still we need to see how this challenging period of the election will show us. With these few words, I would like to thank all of you for having been here. I would like to thank all the speakers, and please a round of applause to them. and I'll see you, all of you, over lunch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. I hope that was okay.
Починаємо? Так? Добре. Так. Шановні колеги, шановні гості, шановні спікери, щиро дякую.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I thought that we had a lot of discussions and a lot of interesting topics, but I believe that the topic of our third panel is as interesting, it's relevant, and it cannot left you just bored. So journalist investigation, this is a very important part of any democratic country. And with the help of journalists, the cases of corruption or human rights violations or incompetence can be revealed in private and state organizations. Over the past 5 years, I mean after Maydan, rating of Ukraine in the World Index of Freedom of Media from Reporters Without Borders went up. So in 2013, Ukraine was on 126th position, and now on 101. So, which means that according to this rating, situation is a little bit better than it used to be, but it's still quite far from ideal. However, many Ukrainian journalists, they believe that after the assassination of Pavlo Sheremet, situation for journalists has become worse, and it's still getting worse. And so today we will talk not only about safety for journalists, but we will talk also about the role of law enforcement organization protecting freedom of speech and expression. Usually journalists have common goal with law enforcement organizations, so to solve crimes. But very often they become competitors. So, in order to discuss these and other points, it's a big honor for us to invite famous and respected representatives of Ukrainian media and law enforcement organization of Ukraine and Denmark. And unfortunately, Mr. Leshchenko could not join us. But Alexei Shalaisky is with us now. He's a journalist and the founder of Nashi Hroshi project. Artem Shevchenko, head of communications, Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. And Christian Brink, communication advisor in Denmark. The format of panel is going to be the following. Every speaker will have from 5 to 10 minutes to express their position about our topic. And after that, there will be time for discussion among speakers. And I would like to set aside at least 20 minutes at the end of our discussion for questions from the audience. So I expect you will have a lot of questions. So, let's start. So let me start by giving the floor to Mr. Alexei. First of all, in your opinion, what is situation is with the freedom of press in Ukraine? And secondly, what expectations do you have from law enforcement? Good afternoon. It's a little bit scary for me to speak. I was hoping to listen to Leshchenko first, but unfortunately it's my burden to be first. So I will be short. I just would like to say only 2 things. Before saying the first, I would like to remind you how journalists cooperate with law enforcement. In best case scenario, they shouldn't cooperate because they do their own job, and there are only 2 ways when their paths cross. When journalists found something which is very important, and law enforcement system, they start this case around this. And when the police, they've done something good, and then journalists can describe what they've done. So that's classic. That's we have almost sci-fi films when journalists and police, they share information and they work together on an investigation. But let's leave the scenario for Hollywood because it's a real rare. And so the first thing that I would like to say, maybe it won't be surprising for Ukrainian audience, and maybe a little bit surprising for our international audience. Most often, over the past years in Ukraine, journalists and police, they work in the following way. Law enforcement organization, they use journalist investigation in order to increase the level of bribe which they demand. So I understand, maybe it's hard to deliver and translate. So Artem needs to drink some water after hearing that, but it is true. So the entrepreneur shares with investigators even any level of law enforcement, and it's like, okay, maybe let's have a deal. It's like, no, but you have already article about you in newspaper, so it's harder to make a deal. So that's not about my fantasy imagination. We hear it from entrepreneurs, and we see it in the registry of court sentences. We are not talking about current, but in times of Yanukovych, people were coming with printout of our website without any stamps or anything, and that was the reason just to have a search. And sometimes it was really shameful to share about how investigations are happening. So sometimes when we write our texts, we understand that we harm not only those who, not only private business, that they will suffer more than they were supposed to. Second way how law enforcement and journalists meet is when journalists write and law enforcement, they don't notice that. Journalists doesn't have to write just to come to prosecutors or law enforcement. They just need to inform society. And sometimes there are certain civil society organizations or some good crazy people who can initiate the case. Sometimes prosecutor's office, security service or police, they can notice an article and initiate the case. But most often journalists write about crimes, like law enforcement, they ignore it or don't notice it, and nothing happens next. And second story about how journalists, the third story, how their paths cross when the officers of law enforcement, they come to journalists to share and to tell about real cases and asking them to deliver them to the audience because they are not allowed to start investigation by their top management. And when this case is described in media, maybe officers of other service, for example, Security Service of Ukraine or other organization, they can initiate this case, or it can work using PR approach, and then cabinet ministers, they can stop corruption scheme. So in order to tell you in which world we live now, I would like to offer this dynamic of, so when representatives of different law enforcement, they come to the offices of investigative journalists. So during Yanukovych time, there were quite a lot of officers like this who were coming Right after Maydan, there were even more of them, and then the number of these people decreased, and now we almost lost these people. When we double-checked our, I don't want to use the word informants, but let's call them this way, why they stopped coming to us with an interesting story, they had the same explanation that now journalist investigations which are published, they don't influence situation whatsoever. So coming to journalist doesn't make any sense. System is cemented and the system feels comfortable. So the last comment, so when we talk about not only here but in many stories that what has happened over the past 5 years, I would compare not with 2013, because everything what we have now is better than 2013 without any doubt. But I would compare the dynamics immediate post-Maidan years. And in our opinion, if we describe the relationship of journalists with law enforcement, this relationship, they had positive dynamics starting from 2014. Then there was some pause in 2016, and step by step, they are going back to the situation 2013. Fortunately, it's better now than 2013, but we are moving downhill towards that situation. So that's like, if you want me to be short, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexei. I think it's the beginning of an interesting discussion. Let's give the floor to our colleague from law enforcement system, Mr. Artem. In the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we have good relationship. And I would like to know that I met real good patriots who work in the Ministry of Interior, who are working for reforms and democracy in Ukraine. However, we hear criticism. Can you tell us what you do in the ministry to protect freedom of speech and expression in Ukraine?
Thank you so much. Because we are now in an active phase of the election campaign, that the Ministry of Affairs doesn't support any candidate. We support only law, legislation. It is law. I hope you agree that every day, every week, we have new numbers provided by sociologists, and they become the main informational sources that we discuss. But I would like to use other numbers. Let's analyze. Well, we need to understand that each election, that elections are the main trend of this year, parliamentary and presidential elections. So I would like to present you like fresh sociological results from Razumkov Center, which was carried out in February. So this is the freshest news that we have. What we see here, we see that, by the way, there were a lot of social and political institutions, so those who belong to the ministry, to our ministry, and we see that the society trusts the most the state urgency service is 61%. This is people who trust, who mostly trust this institution. Then we have the Border Service of Ukraine, 52% of Ukrainians trust it. A National Guard of Ukraine, 50%. And it is interesting that the National Police of Ukraine has about 37% of trust of the society, and there is another a component of the police. It is the patrol police. The level of trust is even higher, 40.4%. Let me remind you that these are two results. Those are people who said, I trust and I mostly trust. Of course, we also have this anti-ranking, but we don't show it here. And the police, as the main law enforcement agency, here has the highest ranking of antitrust in comparison to other agencies. And it is easy to understand why. By the way, I would like to highlight these numbers in comparison to the previous survey, which took place in August 2018, so 6 months ago. When it comes to national police and patrol police as part of the larger national police. So the level of trust increased by 5%. What it says, these numbers, it seems to us this is quite a high level of trust to these agencies which belong to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Especially the dynamics of the national police is quite optimistic. They're optimistic not by its absolute numbers, but by the main trend. So no matter how painful, how hard reforms are, how bad critics is of other agencies, these numbers show us that we move in a strategically right direction. If you open this report and if you compare numbers, sociologists measured the level of trust in mass media. So according to this survey, to the media of Ukraine, let me say it this way, 90% don't trust Ukrainian media at all. More likely to trust, 24.2%, but the level of trust is quite high. People who mostly trust is 43.2%, and people who trust completely is about 5%. So if you combine these numbers, you can see that people trust more the media of Ukraine rather than police of Ukraine. But we don't compare here the levels of trust. We don't fight to be the winners. Of course, the situation with our institutions is completely different. But it attests to the fact that if we're talking about police as the main law enforcement agency of Ukraine, we have a lot to do. We have a potential for growth, but we feel that we are on the right strategic way, but we also see that we have a lot to do. Ferdinand told me about several numbers, and I'm sorry that I will give you a lot of numbers, but I just want you to understand that these are indicators that demonstrate the level of law enforcement activities in solving crimes against investigative journalists. So last year, pre-trial work was started in 528 cases of preventing journalists from doing their professional work. So there are several articles. Articles which were used to start these investigations. Within the past year, police filed 26 criminal cases to the court. The majority of these cases, these were 14 cases for the first article. In the 242 cases, the prosecutors decided to stop these these cases. More than 300 cases, these are the cases that were transferred from the previous year. In 1 month, for the first month of 2019, 21 criminal proceedings started in this category, and 3 criminal proceedings were filed to the court concerning 5 criminal cases, which concerned preventing normal work of journalists. 7 cases were closed in accordance with the prosecutor's decision. What these numbers attest to, we have a huge number of registered criminal proceedings, and probably it attests to the low level of work of law enforcement agencies, which is now in the transformation phase. Another point is that in Ukraine there are a lot of changes in the media sphere. It's a global trend, but in Ukraine, it is also very obvious. Media diversity has increased, including political diversity. Those media whose content, whose budget are formed and financed by, let's say, for the interest for the aggressor, Russia. There are quite a lot of such media working in Ukraine. We see an active development of local media. As for me, the real freedom of the media, which leads to development of these active journalism, of the investigative journalism, including, in particular. Law enforcement system, probably it's not ideal, but it demonstrates quite a positive dynamic in the fact that it files to the court of these criminal proceedings in cases with journalists. Thanks God we haven't had well, we remember the murder of Sheremeta, Pablo Sheremeta, but we don't have any other cases of journalist murder. There is one more trend, a contemporary trend. So the number of law enforcement agencies has increased, partly thanks to anti-corruption agencies. We had 3 law enforcement agencies. We had the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Security Agency, and we also had Prosecutor's Office, which was responsible for overlooking and controlling. We now have the bodies, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the National Investigative Bureau, and other agencies, Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. Of course, so this increase of law enforcement agencies, these new capacities, they cause in different proceedings, in different spheres, in different aspects. There is a competition, there are some conflicts, but it seems to me that this all means that we are a democratic society. In such conditions for journalists in our country, especially for investigative journalists, generally there are no mysteries, there are no secrets for journalists. And it's within the past few years, we can remember several huge stories which were actively published in different media. Panama Papers, WikiLeaks, and other cases, other leaks of from different sources that really were sensational in the media environment. There were investigations in different countries and so on. As there were a lot of crimes related to journalists. Within the past 2 years, as far as you know, there were several murders of journalists in neighboring countries, for example, such as Slovakia and in Malta. Investigative journalists were killed, and of course it is a challenge for the law enforcement agencies of those countries and for the society in general. Every day, understand that there are no secrets from the media. Every day we provide journalists who cooperate with us. I mean cooperation in a wider meaning of this word. They don't just use our information, they use it to investigate some cases. Sometimes so every day we talk to journalists and we try to provide them as much information as possible, of course within the limits of our criminal and procedure code. We understand that our law enforcement system is the core of Ukrainian statehood and one of the main targets of information war, which is led by the aggressor in our media space. Of course, as Alexei said, are we partners or opponents? We are those who cannot live without each other. And this symbiosis, this coexistence, in the conditions when one cannot live without another, but everyone has its own way and own target. And I think that these conditions are quite stable. And if we try, at least we try our best, though we can be criticized, but we do our best to improve the level of solving different criminal cases, though even most of that are not qualified as crimes. As a rule, they are related to active journalist positions of reporters at some job. So we have cases when these people, a lot of people, starting from from security guards and ending with public officers, so they prevent journalists from carrying out their job. In my experience, this process, despite the criticism that we face from the part of different organizations, civil society organizations, but I would say that the situation is not catastrophic. I would say that the situation is quite within the limits, within the norms of contemporary world. So we know that there is a war in Ukraine. We know that Ukraine is in the middle of the information war. And we are a country that is now in the most difficult period of 2 election campaigns that follow one another. We are the Ministry of Internal Affairs and from the National Police, the main law enforcement agency, we will do our best to maximize our help, to help as much as possible to journalists and to do our best without disclosing those information that we don't have to disclose when it comes to the safety and security of the journalists themselves.
Especially, thank you that you mentioned trust, because being open to journalists and public for any democracy, this is of course an important part. And unfortunately, the level of trust, as you mentioned, towards law enforcement institutions is quite low, but there is low level of trust towards journalists and media. So trust is an important topic in Ukraine overall. So let's listen more from representative of the country where the level of trust is high, where on the rating on Reporters Without Borders, it's one of the safest countries for where journalists can work. So, Mr. Christian, tell us, please, what's your secret in Denmark? Дякую. І дякую за те, що дозволили мені поділитися.
Danish perspective on the cooperation between media and law enforcement where I work. I come from Denmark, and in Denmark we have 14 police districts, and I work in one of them, the North Jutland Police. And we're only around maybe 900 workers there, but we facilitate between 50 and 100 requests from the media each day, from both local, national, and international media. So the pressure from the public is intense, even in one police district in Denmark. So how do we go about this? We seek to establish a very close and professional relationship with the media, because it has been mentioned earlier today, perception is reality, so we need a strong presence in the media. And we have to go about this from a position of transparency. So that's our strategy in the Danish police. And this actually has a lot of practical implications. We need to be helpful towards media. We need to respond quickly and truthfully. And we need to supply them with a lot of numbers, statistics. Journalists love that. I'll get back to that in a minute. But I'll say we consider media most of the time as a cooperative partner. Because in essence, we both strive to build better communities. I'm also educated as a journalist, and I became a journalist because I was an idealist. I wanted to be building a better community. And when I joined the police force, I saw that we also are working for a safety and security there. So in essence, we are striving towards the same goal. That's my opinion. And I have learned in my 8 years in the police now that our cooperation with the media outlets in Denmark has a lot of positive outcomes. We can use them to several things. We can use them to strengthen our reputation in the public, and we can use the media to recruit new police officers by telling positive stories about the police. But of course, above all, we can use the media to solve and prevent crime. That is, of course, the number one. And yes, you're right that the level of trust in Denmark is pretty high. The latest number is that 85% of the Danish citizens feel safe. And 80% says they actually trust the police in Denmark. So for me, that is a clear sign that we are doing something right here. Our strategy seems to be working. However, I need to, of course, admit that our relationship with the media becomes antagonistic. They call us 100 times each day. It's not always positive, because of course the role of a journalist in a democracy is to be critical. I've been one myself, so I've also been on the other end of this, asking the critical questions. So of course they need to ask critical questions to the local police authority, and we respect that in our police, the police district. And as a general rule, we answer all questions, even critical ones, always, as a general rule. Of course, there will be a few cases where it's not possible for us to provide an answer immediately. This could be due to an ongoing investigation we need to protect, or it could be due to considerations to severely injured citizens or their families. In those situations, we will hold back information. So, we are not perfect, of course, in the police doing this. We can always do better, and we have several thousand police officers who need to know about how the media is thinking. So actually we are training all local and future police commanders. In order to establish the rank of a police commander, you need to go to a course and learn about how the media are working, how are the journalists thinking. And we consider this very important for our strategy of transparency. The police commanders need to know exactly what is it that makes a good story, how does the media works, why are they always calling us, why are things going quicker and quicker. They need to know these things. But I'd also like to say to the journalists that they could also do better. Because I think when we have the investigative journalists, when they call us, they could focus a bit more on the constructive element, the problem solving, instead of just only asking the critical questions. That's also okay, of course. But they could also identify, during their journalistic research, they could identify elements that could contribute positively, constructively to a better community, instead of just asking the critical questions, and then that's the end of it. We have our story, we have our sharp angle, and we confront the local police commander with some tough questions, and that's it, then the story is over. No, not in my opinion. We need to go one step further and have the journalists to be more constructive, to look more at solutions, pointing out what could be the solutions to this given problem. They need to add a perspective level to the journalism. And I'll say investigative journalists also really much like to use statistics. It's the backbone of really good journalism. I knew that as a journalist too. But in my opinion, that's maybe where there is Danish journalists, I don't know how it's here, but Danish journalists could improve a little on the statistics. They sometimes forget that an average can be based on a few factual numbers, and sometimes they forget that a sudden dramatic change in a statistic often has actually a kind of dull explanation, like it's a new way of calculating. So statistic is not always the truth, and I think journalists need to be more aware of this. But it's a problem in this fast-paced media world where the media is rolling 24/7. So that is a problem with the statistic. But they need to be more critical toward numbers. That's in our experience. That's a problem when we're working. But I'll say, all in all, our relationship with journalists is pretty good. It's based on openness and fairness. And of course, conflict happens between journalists. We facilitate, as I said, 100 press requests each day, so sometimes things get a little antagonistic, but all in all, it's a positive relationship. And the last thing I'll say is that cooperation with the media, it's a never-ending process. It requires hard, consistent work, and it needs to be based on a mutual respect on our work conditions, both in the law enforcement and in the press. So, thanks for listening.
Так. Дякую, Христяна. Було дуже цікаво.
It was very interesting, and there was some criticism against journalists in what you said about journalists in your country, in Denmark. So, Mr. Alexei, what do you think about this criticism and recommendations? Of course, journalists, as any human being, can make mistakes, but we take responsibility for our mistakes in courts. Very often we go to court and we win, mostly. So this is just a work in progress. But when we talk about relationship with law enforcement system, I was sitting here, and in 5 minutes I collected a few stories. So let's start with the freshest one. Magazine Новое Время, General Prosecutor's Office demands the access to electronic address of a journalist who published that one of the prosecutors was paying using corrupted funds. His child studied at British University, and he used corrupt money to pay for the studying. And then the head of the program schemes, they went to General Prosecutor's Office and the court. They needed to provide information, access to their mobile phones, and about their movement over the past year and a half. So, and this situation was stopped only with the help of European Court, and so they were just detained, and until now, there were no apologies or anything like this. So the representative of this program is being followed by the oligarch, and Наші Гроші's office is not far from here, and I can introduce you to their officers who are watching us 24/7. And if the journalist wrote about the bribe of the deputy minister, and there was no continuation of the story, and so the criminal proceeding was closed a few times, and probably So 3 years passed, and probably the person has to take responsibility if it's, and probably the person would be punished if he hadn't been the son-in-law of deputy minister. So there are many examples like this, and for this reason, we cannot perceive law enforcement organizations as our partner. And I'm not even talking about situation that we have different friends from different law enforcement, and they remind us, kindly remind us that our phones are still wired. So, like, the good news is that they are still wired, and the bad news that the bad news that they're still wired, and the good news that it's not a part of some criminal case, so we are not going to use this information. And I heard the word statistics, so my last comment, maybe Denmark has good statistics. The proof of, and like so, and so MP had to get like the links to the court decisions and to see how this money was returned. That would probably what would happen in other country and probably in Denmark, but general prosecutor brought to the MP 10 big bags, paper bags with court cases for this person to read. And there was no information about the interpretation of these court cases. So if we had like the court sentence and then there would be some information clear. No, it's just like it was really mass, but we did read all those documents. It took us a few months. And we found out that Mr. Lutsenko tripled the sum of money that they actually returned to the budget. But when we talked about fact-checking, so one of the biggest organizations that is working on fact-checking, they came to us and asked them what numbers of General Prosecutor's Office to take, because usually they have at least 6 different indicators about the same the same points, yes. So like they have completely different numbers, and we recommended them to count on their own about how many cases happened or how many sentences were over the years. So we are working on our own, and they're working on their own. And if different law enforcement agencies, when they start working together, this usually causes a problem for journalists rather than synergy that helps us solve cases.
Mr. Christian, I have a question to you. Oleksiy just reminded us about several cases which happen here in Ukraine. Do your country, Denmark, which rights, which protection at the legislation level journalists have in your country? Speaker told us about.
In Denmark, we have extensive rights for journalists.
Широкими правами відповідно до процедурального закону
by a court to reveal his or her sources. In some extreme cases, it's possible for the court to force it, but there is also a new wording in the law says that if there are clear national interests in a story, then that weighs more heavily than the authorities need for revealment of a source. So the extension of rights for journalists for the protection of their sources are pretty wide.
І навіть, пане Христяне, навіть ми вчора з вами поговорили.
Yesterday we talked with you, and you told me that if there is a case, a proceeding in Denmark, journalist investigation, the police has to start from the very beginning because they don't have the right. If journalist doesn't want, what journalist imagines. So the police has to start its own investigation in the case.
Yeah, it's true. The police has to start all over again. It's also stated in Danish procedural law that a journalist, if they bring forth corruption or disclose other kind of information, then the police, of course, will.
Це, звісно, буде розслідувати їх, але вони не можуть загалом використовувати інформацію, яка була отримана від журналіста. Вони повинні
to make the information from the investigation legally viable.
Then I have another question to other speakers or to the audience, if you have any questions from the audience. Which legislative changes are possible to protect journalists in Ukraine? Who can answer this question? Probably one of the speakers. Artem, thank you. I would like to remind you about new legislative changes, which is it is a recent one. It's not a change, but it's a strengthening of the previous norm of the legislation. By this I mean Article 222 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, which strengthens the procedure of making information of the investigation public. Before this point was strong enough, limited enough by decision of the prosecutor or investigator. But after these changes were introduced, these became even stronger. But it doesn't mean that investigative bodies cannot share a certain amount of information with the media. The article number 389 of the procedural code, I mean responsibility for making information of the pre-court procedure public. It concerns all law enforcement agencies of Ukraine. Now we have a lot of them in Ukraine. That is why we work with journalists, with other communication departments, even despite quite strict legislation. From the point of view of responsibility, policymakers don't make access to the information easier for journalists. They make it more difficult. They strengthen the limits of the legislation for investigators. And sometimes we have to make significant efforts to change the mind of the investigator who investigates a certain case, just to make them open a part of the information to make it public. So we found a mechanism how to periodically how to make public socially important information which should be unveiled to the citizens. But the problem is that policymakers, they are not very liberal in this issue. It seems to me that when it comes Ukrainian legislation is quite normal, I would say. The problem is that people don't always implement it in real life. So real life is quite difficult. Let's briefly talk about. Let's change topic a bit. Artem, you told us about technologies, contemporary technologies that changes the situation, that changes the work of the law enforcement officers, and their search for information, and the changes that change the work of investigative journalists, such as in such cases as work with big data, Panama Papers, and so on. So how does it influence the work of investigative journalists? The global and Ukrainian anti-corruption trend implemented in the everyday work of law enforcement officers and media officers such a huge amount of information that hadn't been available before. I mean electronic declarations, I mean such controlling bodies as anti-corruption bureau for different public officers. And this is, for our country, this is quite a huge step forward. Every journalist can check declarations of different public officers. They can see what they have, what they own, their real estate. This is quite an important information for journalists. Then there are different technological innovations which make the privacy, quite an illusion, I must say. It means to different real estate or other property. It is related to all those technological innovations or the possibility to get information from different channels of communication, which have also increased in number. There are a lot of sources of leaks of information which can be used. So it seems to me the more the faster the scientific progress is, the less privacy we have. But I would say it's a philosophic trend. If you're talking about criminal investigations or journalist investigations, I would say that they do follow this trend, and they are regulated. They are regulated a bit because they need to be regulated by different decisions of the court. But when it comes to journalistic job, it is easier to get this information because the purpose of journalists and law enforcement officers are quite different. In this, I agree with Mr. Shalaisky, because law enforcement officers need to file a case to the court. And as for journalists, they have to inform the society, to inform its audience about the important cases, about important information, and try to influence them. It seems to me that their tasks are quite similar, but they are different at the same time. And I don't think that we need to think a lot about it, but different political groups, different politicians, influence groups can and will use these results of journalists and investigations and law enforcement works for the benefit of themselves. This is the objective reality that we live in, and it is true for every country in the world, especially before elections, the time that we are now. Коментувати щодо нових технологій, оскільки я також думаю, що вони дуже стрімко змінюються і змінюють на багатьох рівнях.
But one recent aspect I think is that I see as a communications professional that cases tend to explode immediately, where when I started 8 years ago in the police, there was a kind of escalation. When we had a case, a bad case which gave some bad press, it started on a local level, then it went to a national level, and then it went to the political level on such an escalation step. But I think today, due to the technology, things explodes immediately on all three levels, local, national, and international, and political. So actually those elements are, in my experience, connected as a communications professional, and we have to deal with stories in the media that breaks on all levels immediately, local, national, and political. So it's an experience.
Ви хочете щось? Ні? Добре.
Yes, of course. Now it's your turn, dear audience. You have the time to ask your questions. I think we've discussed a lot of exciting topics today. Do you have any questions to our speakers? Don't hesitate, don't be shy. Please raise your hand. Please present yourself. Hello, my name is Yulia Laputina, the Security Service of Ukraine, a cybersecurity department. So we are responsible for countering information aggression, including Russian aggression. who we are. Probably we are not, but we should be partners, especially when it comes to safety and security, because it is our basic need. And the best communication, in my opinion, was used in 2014 when we together, Artem will agree with me, those who stayed in the law enforcement system, because we all know that Yanukovych fled the country and it was very difficult to form, to gather a group of people who would help us from. But we found those people. We sent several troops there, and we had journalists with us. Thanks to journalists, we managed to build communication with the world and to see that it was a military aggression. I want to express my gratitude to journalists who worked in the local media, and because of this fruitful communication, when Kramatorsk was occupied, they were brave enough to record a radio to speech to the city, to the occupied city. They told the city that the state cares for its citizens and that everything will be okay. That is why we need to understand that law enforcement agencies and civil society and journalists, we all have to change in the direction. We need to come closer to each other. My question is to Mr. Oleksiy. I really like your comments about that there are several categories of communication of the media with law enforcement officers. I would like to hear probably a piece of advice or your opinion, because from our part, we understand that we have to change our communication strategy as a law enforcement agency. But what would happen after the number of demands decreased? So you said that people think that they don't influence the situation, and as a representative of the journalist environment, how would you see this communication in a positive light? Probably we will find a common way out.
I think that it's very difficult to do something tactically, so we need to go on the level of strategy. If we talk about State Security Service of Ukraine, at some point, I offered to divide of good security service and commercial State Security Service of Ukraine. So we communicated with different officers of your service and those who about those who are fighting for our independence and they're fighting against Russia. They are looking for spies. As for them, as far as I know, they are ashamed to work together with those who are, how to call this? How just there is those who demand bribes and use their positions for commercial reasons. We would like to work closely with the institution or agency that we can trust, because we're all humans. It is easier for me to bring some documents to NABU, where there is at least some level of trust left here, rather than State Security Service of Ukraine. So I think that if we get to the point, and I think we're going there, that State Security if you get rid of your Department K, and if you really fight for Ukraine, everything will be organized in the very next day. And if a reader or brings us a folder about some enemy of Ukraine, of course, we will immediately bring you these documents to you. So security of Ukraine, this is the part that we definitely respect, and we will work with you to fight for that. We have another question. Thank you. My name is Andriy Lysenko. I'm the speaker of General Prosecutor's Office of Ukraine, and before that I worked of ATO speaker, and before that I worked in administration of the president, and I work in parliament and Ministry of Defense. So work with journalists and law enforcement and institutions of power, this is not a new thing for me. And what conclusions I can make and what questions I can ask. Just recently, I met with my colleague who is a journalist. He has nothing to do with military law enforcement. He works in civil area. And he says that take into account the situation that you are constantly trained. You are taught to be friends with journalists, citizens, but it reminds the picture where there is a playground where the dogs are trained. They are trained all the time, every week, every month. They are taught something new, and they are taught new tricks. And then there are cats observing this, which are sitting on the fence. And so this is the picture of you. But cats, these are journalists, so us. So there are some, it's just, you always asked to do a lot, and it's true, there are a lot of claims or inquiries and complaints towards us, that's true. But I would like to ask the following question. And, but before that, all the information that prosecutor's office provides all over Ukraine, statistics, about trust or distrust of journalists. Journalists are not interested in this information. So I have only one question. There is official site of General Prosecutor's Office, and every day we officially put the numbers, how many facts of detained corrupted people were detained. Who knows the number? So 1,774. So I will use the opportunity to say it out loud. And you, as Mr. Alexei, you said that somebody came to you and they said that our office gives different numbers. So, but we have official sources and they can find official information, official sources. And I would like to thank you for doing your job. Hats off to you. Well done. You have really professional people working for you. And for us, as representative of law enforcement, it's very pleasant to work with them. It's true. But there are some journalists who are obviously take information out of the context, or they try to interpret the facts in the way that is suitable for them. And some journalists, when I made a comment, and our successes are not interesting to them whatsoever. If you read a newspaper or internet newspapers where they would write like, well done, good job. No, you will never find it. They always are looking for some dirt. And it's true, and so we are trying to do even more. And thanks to the organization that, the organizers of this conference, with this support of EUAM, we build a strategy how to work with journalists, with citizens. We are really, really grateful for the assistance, and we worked through for a long time. We try to work on level of prosecutor's office on all different levels. We are trying to exchange information. If they don't have enough information locally, we try to provide this information. We have good exchange of information. We have good vertical and horizontal cooperation. It's not working perfectly, but it's working, and it's already a big step. What else I can say? And I can wish you to be more accurate and to be more differentiated in your approach towards our work, to the work that thousands of people in law enforcement do, because they also have families and children, but you don't need to feel sorry for them. They are doing their professional work, and I want to thank everyone in law enforcement who work and do their job. And finally, the question to the representative of Denmark, and the question towards the representative of the ministry, and Mr. Alexei heard me, so to the moderator. The question is to moderator. If local journalists are unhappy about something, and they come to European structure that they are the European organization that are protecting the freedom of speech and right. Do you have cases like this? So do you have cases when journalists were like their rights were violated and they go to European court to protect their right of like of freedom of speech or something like this? Do you have cases like this?
Where the Supreme Court
Верховний суд у Данії.
That's what you're asking about. The Supreme Court ruled protected journalists because they were forced to reveal their sources because they disclosed that Danish special forces were being launched in combat operations in Iraq. And the journalists disclosed this information, and at first they were forced to give up their sources. But the Danish Supreme Court, in the third appeal, ruled that they should not reveal their sources because we have to. It was in state national interest to bring forth this information to the Danish public. So we clearly have a tendency in Denmark where the court, the system, the judicial system rules in favor of journalists. We also have an episode a few years ago where we had fugitives crossing the southern Danish border and going along the freeway. They wanted to go to Sweden to seek asylum. And we had a Danish photojournalist who documented this on the freeway, and the police chose in this situation, we chose to arrest him because he was in the way of our work, was our assessment in the situation. And the court actually ruled that the call from the police officer on the scene was actually correct. He was in the way, obstructing police work, but national interest of documenting an important situation where people, refugees, are walking along the freeway, blocking all traffic by hundreds, walking to Sweden, had to weigh more than a simple police business.
Thank you. Пане Артем, до вас питання. Якщо відбувається таким чином, що журналістська спільнота незадоволена якимось
community, they are unhappy about some activities of law enforcement system, and they go to European court, and there is a massive appeal that in Ukraine freedom of speech is violated. Have you ever appealed or provided any explanations on why it happens? So that the situation that European Parliament demand some explanations. I understand. I cannot come up with some bright examples that all the time European community, they demand better investigation when, especially if the victims of crimes become journalists themselves. We have one case which is unsolved crime. On other reasons, sometimes there are just some single cases when, or incidents when in some really big mass events, when the situation is developing and the force is used by the police officers, sometimes journalists, but journalists can become a victim of some actions of the police, and it becomes like this center point of journalists in Ukraine and outside Ukraine. But we tried effectively communicate about cases like this, but this is single cases. This is not mass cases. If the slogan of our event is 5 years after Maydan, thank God we are working and doing our best to, so in order not to use mass force during the mass events. And we don't have cases when we talk about not the single cases, but they're so we don't use the force systematically and massively as it used to be. And of course, these cases, they attract the most attention towards the work of our police. So investigate and prevent crimes towards journalists. And in your police actions, the international community, they ask us not to use force and not to prevent the journalists from doing their job. And we are doing our best to avoid and prevent it. Yes, and we are helping you in this case in this way as well. Mr. Moderator, a short question to you. Is it possible to have some survey, sociological survey about the level of trust towards journalists in Ukraine? So that not law enforcement institution orders this kind of survey, but actually the society orders this survey. I can show you in Razumkov Center. I found the number. Second week of this month, the sociological organization center of Razumkov, they measure the trust. So 49% of people they trust, and 43% they don't trust the journalist. So 6 points trust is higher than absence of trust, and this is higher. This is higher number than police, but we also have different agency, and people trust the most volunteer organizations than the military. And then we have also there some church and law enforcement. And of course, we can interpret these surveys in different ways. But of course, it gives us certain strategic points. So I don't want to steal your time. So thank you. I hope we will meet in person and we can work better in day-to-day life. Thank you. Any more questions? Mr. Alexei, the question to you. As you said, the situation is changing steadily, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. From the point of view of cooperation of investigative journalists with law enforcement, do you have a case which you believe would be a role model as a good case? And can we work and analyze it so that what this cooperation should look like yeah, we have a few good cases, but unfortunately I cannot share this information because our partners ask us not to share this information. But there are cases when journalists and law enforcement, they assisted each other and it created synergy. Unfortunately, it happened quite long ago, not this year and not the last year.
Because I say it was quite a long time ago. And I would like to say that when I talked about the SBU, the security service of Ukraine, it is different. There are good journalists and there are bad journalists. It doesn't mean that a person who has this ID card of a journalist, it doesn't mean that he or she is good. I can make a political newspaper and all people who work there would be political journalists. There was a good case when one famous activist, Vitaly Shabunin, is in court because he slapped provocator, but provocator had his card that he's a journalist, though his newspaper is no longer published. That is why it is very important to invite sometimes people from the judiciary here, those people who would be responsible for judging such cases. It would be important. It is another problem. As for the General Prosecutor's Office, we've always felt that we don't know a lot. And when we launched a project, a huge project, we took all the sentences after Maydan on corruption cases. In corruption cases, there were several thousands of such court sentences. So we put them into Excel document, we analyzed them, and we understood that when prosecutor's office says that we had 1,000 sentences against corruptioners, he doesn't say that a lot of these corrupted officials were. So there were several people who were actually put into prison. There are just several corruptioners of very local level who were put into prison. Those things, they don't add to the trust, to the level of trust. When you see one number from the central government body and then you check this number and you see that it's completely different, it doesn't add to the trust. And another thing that it doesn't help is that there are a lot of heads of our law enforcement agencies. They behave themselves quite rude. They are quite rude. Ask any Ukrainian, so they make a list of posts of the General Prosecutor's office, and you will be shocked that such people actually work for the government. I am a very cultural person, so I cannot tell you the words that he uses on Facebook. So how do you think we can work with these people? Fortunately, the Minister of Internal Affairs, he's really good in writing Facebook posts. That's why I cannot criticize him. His posts are like poetry. Well, people are different. There are different people in the law enforcement agencies. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is the largest structure of, by number of people who work there. There are about 130,000 policemen, police persons. So I don't want to tell you all the numbers, but the system is quite large, as in any big system. As in any journalist's environment, there are good journalists and bad journalists. There are heroes, there are enemies. There are completely different people. That is why we try to employ the best people. Sometimes they can be quite rude when it comes to different law enforcement operations, arrests and so on, especially when investigating different crimes. Even sometimes they can use these big words, or they can be quite rude. But in general, during the first contact of a citizen with a law enforcement agents, I mean, for example, patrol police, who are quite progressive. So I would say that this first contact is quite positive, so we don't have, we are not blamed for rude behavior. Those when talking to citizens, anything might happen. Please believe us that any communication can be documented by both sides from using several devices like mobile phones, different cameras, and let the audience decide who is right, who is wrong. So that's it. Yes, I would like to put a positive story to end our conversation. There is one more question from the audience. Hello, dear audience. You said that unfortunately we don't have people from the judiciary here, but I would like to say that there are such people here, and that's me. So I would like to comment on several words. It seems to me that all the judiciary people closely follow your program. We give our own evaluation of your work. I would like to ask you, when disclosing such information, dear colleagues, I call you colleagues because we do the same job. We build a country, we build a state. We do our own job, but together we build a country. Please don't start hate in this country. Because of this hate, you cannot build something good on the basis of hate. I always remember words of Lubomir Huzar, who said that it is impossible to build something good on evil and hate. So try when you are talking about things like all the judges are corrupted. You mentioned a lot of judges here. A lot. When you said that you won in all the courts, did you give them bribes? So let's call the different things by their name. We built a state. Our state is quite young, and we have to like really protect good things and to speak less about negative things. Thank you. In 2012, I met with one security service officer, a highly ranked man, and he asked us how we investigate these corruption cases. He said, "Where did you find the facts?" I said, "So we visited this or this website." And he said, "And nobody brought you anything like documents or information?" And I said, "No, we found everything ourselves." And he said, "It doesn't work with me. It would suit me that in which restaurant, which person would give bribe to whom, and I would come there and really arrest those people." So it seems to me that the standards of our service increases, and I hope that we will reach the time when we will be cooperating with the security services as well. I hope for it. Yes, we can really hope for that. So if you don't have any questions, I would like to ask our speakers to say several final words, closing remarks. Let's start with Mr. Christian. Just your final remarks, please.
Yeah, thank you. I would keep it short, but I would just like to stress the fact that if you create a culture where you actually answer the critical questions from the press, if you create a culture in the police, as we are trying to do our best, you also have a positive effect in you gain more trust in the local community when our police officers are actually going live in the frame on the TV channel and answering the critical questions. And a last experience I also have with this is that we get increasingly more positive stories also from the journalists, because if they know they can also ask the critical questions and we answer, then they are more willing to lend an ear when we have a positive story to tell. So if you can create this culture, then you also can get positive stories out to the community. So that'll be my final remarks today.
Так, підтримую тільки історію успіху, це найбільше, що надихає, і повірте.
Us most, and believe me, in law enforcement agencies we have such success stories. Of course, we don't. The media usually doesn't communicate it well. They are more interested in corruption or crimes, but we would like to propose the success stories to the journalist, and we wait from the journalist we want them to be interested in such stories. And I would like to support the representative of the judiciary. Generally, one thing is to build our country, our state, because if we don't have the state, this is something that our aggressive neighbor, Russian Federation, dreams about. So if we don't have the state, we won't have any government, we won't have any independent journalism in Ukraine. Sometimes they are quite aggressive. They have teeth, and they do a lot of things. And if we don't have a state, we will have the same media space as in Russia, or something that we had 5 years ago. I remember that we have only one investigative program, and those people who worked on this program, they now create their own programs, and I'm really happy with that. I now work as a public officer, and they have their own programs. So that is why I think that we don't have this demonic evil that we used to have 5 years ago. I would like to be as tender as possible. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the speakers for such a fruitful conversation, and it seems to me that we should give them a round of applause. Thank you.